Hello everyone and welcome to Roll For It, where YouTubers and streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. Of course, today we are playing Mass Effect 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons hack, Mass Effect CSEC game with all of the lovely people we have around us. Right, okay, we're going to go through some announcements and stuff first, and then we'll do a quick recap of where we're up to and continue on, this being episode 2 of our little short. Right, let me have a look. What are our announcements today? Today's supporter, allowing us to do all the amazing things we do, is Philip. Philip, thank you very much for supporting today's episode and making it possible to pay the majority of our cast costs for today. Thank you very much. We also have Axel Bonebreaker CEO's character sheet and NPC name posts out, if you want to go check those out on the Patreon. And Bass character sheet, monthly recap, and lots of Ascension goodies coming soon as well. So if you want to check those out on the Patreon, you can do so. So, you know, if you want to go check that out on Patreon, totally feel free. Right.
There's been a lot of theories about Baz, so it'll be interesting for people to actually see the character sheet for Baz.
We should do some shilling. Maggie, would you like to do the shilling today?
Sure, I can do the shilling today.
Do the shilling.
If you would like to support us, you can support us primarily over on patreon.com/rollforit, where you can become a patron and get some really cool rewards, anywhere from neat behind-the-scenes character sheet information from our party tier, or elite GM information, and sometimes even polls and things that you can partake in and help affect the game, which is always good fun. I know EE did one prior to this game as well, where you got to pick, I think they voted Elcor, right? For
yeah, your commanding officer.
Our chief, our officer.
Chief Detective Zelton, she's an Elcor.
Yeah. And we also have Legend tier, which allows you to be able to play in a privately GM'd game with one of our lovely cast members. And of course, if you're deity tier and you're crazy, you get like just a video of all of us admins saying thank you. And it's just, it becomes madness. So if you'd like madness in your life, you know, just be crazy and be a deity.
Here's an example
but you
of
also
madness.
get to...
Hello.
Oh no.
Welcome.
No.
I show up a lot in deity videos.
He does, and I don't like it. Beyond that, you know, there's a whole bunch of other goodies on our Patreon. So if you become a patron now, you get access to all of those. So have fun. We also have Twitch and YouTube, where you can become a subscriber or a member and get access to our cool emotes. On Twitch, you also get access to our VODs, and YouTube is primarily just the emotes, but you also get access to our Discord if you are a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member, and that is where the fun is. We always have little conversations in there in our private chats. You also can maybe figure out who's on new shows or what new projects are coming up and try to disseminate from the project name what the actual show is. But it's a lot of fun, and of course, lots of good ways to support us. Beyond that, if you do not have a way to support us in a monetary means, you know, either through donating here with bits or whatever that might be, we also would just appreciate you just being here. So, you know, take care of yourself first and foremost always, and just being here, watching our content, sharing our content with other people, you know, whether that's making a billboard. No, I'm just kidding. He's like, what?
No, I'm liking that you're
cool.
coming on the bandwagon of really bad ideas for promotion.
I'm just thinking of that like Chick-fil-A one where like the cows are like messing with the chicken billboard. Have you ever seen that?
The cows are messing with the chicken.
Chicken billboard. Yeah, like they're cows that look like they're like on the billboard, and they're like messing with the billboard to be like eat more chicken because they don't want you to eat the cows. You've never seen those? Lauren knows what I'm talking about. She's shaking her head, but she knows.
I have no idea.
I've never seen those
in Seattle.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay, Tyler does.
Tyler's just like, I'm not gonna acknowledge it.
No, it's just that I'm not exactly of how the company handles itself. So
no, I'm not talking about the company itself. I'm just saying like the chicken and the cow thing. It's funny. Yeah.
Anyway. Sure. Okay.
Just being here and supporting us means a lot. You know,
so make one of those for Roll For It.
Following us on all of the social media channels, following us here, following us on YouTube, and of course, sharing it with all of your friends, making a view party. little Zoom call, get some popcorn.
I
good
imagine
times.
it's like a pair of dice going, watch more roll for it, because roll 20, it's digital.
Perhaps. I think that's it. Did I miss something?
Sounded good. Yeah.
Okay.
Tell people about the show. That's a good one. Do it. Anyway, so with that all said and done, our shilling, etc., we're going to go through a quick recap of what happened last time. Our CSEC agents, Citadel Security Services, the effectively police force for the Citadel, the galactic station that is basically the center of all galactic politics and interaction throughout the entire galaxy. They had a murder to respond to. They found that a Volus, a creature, a type of race that lives inside a pressurized suit of ammonia gas, had been shot dead in one of the lifts. They had a look. They quickly find out that it was 3 Vorcha that were responsible. A race known for being quite aggressive and having noses on top of their head. They had a fight. They had a shootout. It turns out that they had been paid by someone working for a mysterious figure known as the Shadow Broker to whack the Volus called Renu Bar. They managed to then trace back that the payment or the order had come from a place called Novaria, specifically probably from Genex Chemical, where Renu Bar used to work, or does work, or did work until they died. And with that said, you reported to your detective chief, Zelkin, the Elcor, who told you that you're probably going to have to go to Novaria undercover, because Novaria is not part of Citadel space and you have no jurisdiction there. So that, unfortunately, you're going to have to do the rest somewhat clandestinely.
Well, some of us already are doing that.
A little bit. And then you have
Not
the
naming
Hannah.
names. Speaking of Hannah, I thought of a cool billboard. The Hannah saying, "This one wants you to watch Roll for It."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's good.
Okay, so we're going to open a few days later after you've done your little bit of downtime saying goodbye to people, prepping some kit, with you at the Citadel docks, along with Zelton. You're looking over a little area where all the starships are docked, or there are shuttles coming and going between starships that are a bit too big to actually dock at the Citadel itself. You look over through this field, which is completely transparent, out into the stars. It's a beautiful sight. The actual Citadel itself is huge, and you can see the actual arms, 5 of them, big, kind of flat, vaguely almost bent wings that spread out from the central hub. In front of you is a slightly less impressive vessel, however. The vessel in front of you looks like a pretty old transport of some kind. Very middle of the road, relatively boring, and nothing particularly descriptive about it. The name stenciled on the side is Pale Moonlight. And
Do we have a handout for this? Do we get to see it?
there is a character sheet for the Pale Moonlight.
Ooh, what is it like? So from the outside, can we see like what kind of weaponry it has? Do we personally, any of us know this?
You
ship?
know what? Anyone can make a int roll if you have a specific starship system's ability, either weapons or what would the other one be? Piloting helm. You can roll the int check with advantage.
That'll be necessary because, as we all know, Blancmange is a big stupid jellyfish.
I have science.
There's my
Nope.
int roll of a 19.
Okay.
Just flat int, or do you want us to just roll
Flat int.
our proficiency in said system?
If you have said system, then roll with advantage. Otherwise, just
Okay, then I will do this.
Mark?
With
Blancmange,
advantage.
It's
Yeah.
I get a
probably a
25.
spaceship.
Yeah, Blancmange kind of floats over to where the name is etched on the ship and runs a tentacle over it and just says, "This one wonders if this ship has ever danced with the devil."
What's the devil?
Okay. Lurida and Orlan. Jesus, Orlan on the crit, 25.
Owen knows everything about this ship.
Yeah, these are classic transports. If I bring up the sheet, the Pale Moonlight is a pretty standard version of one of the better known transports around, the Lyncus class frigate. They are armed. Typically, they do have some machine guns, basically like low caliber autocannons designed to like ward off any pirate fighters. And they do have a small torpedo tube. Again, more for anti-piracy than anything else, but they are armed. However, Orlan, you might be aware of this for some reason. Perhaps you worked on one of them, or perhaps you, in your CSEC history, have been asked to look at one of them.
I probably worked on it, but I wasn't supposed to work on it. I just sort of came up to them. I'm like, hey, what you doing?
CSEC have a couple that are heavily modified to be used as covert interdiction vessels. They look outwardly very much like freighters, but on the inside, most of the cargo bay and cargo stores are filled up with additional systems, and particularly stuff like electronic warfare and scanning abilities, designed to try and root out smugglers going in and out of the area around the Citadel.
Okay, I'm gonna
probably
convert
one of them.
this very small text box into. Wait, can I make this? Oh, I can make it bigger. Never mind. I fixed it. I was gonna just make them separate things.
So, if you bring up the sheet in front of you, you'll notice that the Pale Moonlight is a Lacus-class frigate starship. It has an AC of 15. It has 1,500 hit points, 500 shields. It's pretty slow, but it has been outfitted with a whole load of stuff. So it has like an armory. It has... Oh god, the box is changing shape. What's happening?
I'm trying to make it easier to use.
Okay. It has a med bay. It has multi-directional thrusters, giving it a bit more maneuverability. It has advanced computers that give it the ability to do better sabotage rolls. It has better scanners. It has electronic warfare system installed. It even has an extra weapon, a forward mass accelerator cannon, and it has a small shuttle bay with a Kodiak drop shuttle. That last one is actually a pretty common addition to freighters. The rest of them, less so. Looking over it, Zelton continues your briefing.
Introspectively, I wonder if you can do this. Some subtlety will be required. Perhaps you can pose as specialists in your field. Otherwise, you might just need to go under the guise of delivering cargo. We have provided you with some basic documentation.
Objectively speaking, I am a specialist in my field.
Aren't we all specialists in our own field?
Indeed, and this one's field is kicking posteriors.
That's a very specific field. I thought your field was being a soldier and very good at shooting people.
That would be me.
So both of you have the same field? I didn't know that.
My specialty is pooping on crime.
That's
Sorry,
right.
this one's specialty is pooping on crime.
This one is always pooping on crime.
Did you hear something? I thought I heard something.
This one is a meme now.
My specialty is piloting as well as ranged warfare and stealth.
To be clear, Captain, I'm pretty sure when you meant posing as experts in our field, we're not supposed to tell them that we're with CSEC, which means probably not posing as experts in warfare and crime fighting.
Exasperation. Yes, Orlan, it would be a bad idea to tell them while you're undercover that you are in fact CSEC.
Yes. Okay. So, and then it just kind of immediately looks at DeVevo and it's just like.
DeVoe nods and is like, okay, Chief, what will we find in these documents?
Informatively, they are filled out such that you can either choose which ones you wish to commit to. You can pretend to be delivering parts that have been requested, or you can choose to be a group of scientists sent to replace some of the crew who've been stationed there for a while.
Right.
It would be harder to infiltrate as you would require specialist knowledge, but would potentially gain you more access.
This one's cover identity will be Jackie Daytona, normal Hanar bartender.
How is being a bartender going to help you with being a scientist?
This one suspects that scientist is not an ideal cover for this one.
Then perhaps the other alternative, Chief.
We have lots of specialist knowledge. I don't see where I could go wrong at all.
I look at...
Exasperatingly. Oh dear.
I do believe we could take the cover of scientists as long as we shove this Hanar in a box.
No one
Just say that
No
you're...
one puts blancmange in a corner of a box.
I'm not putting you in a corner. I'm saying you could be hidden in a box that we carry in as our equipment or our own, well...
Trojan Hanar.
Our own...
Hit our surprise.
Desk things or personal effects. That's the word I was looking for.
This one suspects that if an organic life form was discovered hiding in a box, it might make our situation more precarious.
We could pretend you're a science experiment.
Perhaps a lab assistant.
I do believe having more access would be quite useful.
I do as well, but I also would like to do the option that is going to, well, work best for everybody.
Seemingly... Oh, sorry, Captain. Go on.
Wistfully, I wish I could be going with you, but after what happened in the Citadel, my days of fieldwork are behind me. We have included such a box. It was not designed to hold a Hanar, but instead you could put your gear and equipment in it. It is shielded against scans. That will allow you to get your weapons through Port Hanshan.
Oh, handy.
Oh, that's very smart. That's actually very useful.
So there's not another one that we could put a Hanar in.
Sadly not.
You're just-
Disappointment, sadly not.
You are crushing Lorita's dreams of putting Hanar in a box.
Very well.
Here, Blanc, can you climb into the box and see if our equipment can sit on top of you?
This does not seem satisfactory to this one. This one will pose as an assistant to one of you, but do not expect this one to come up with any science mumbo-jumbo.
Probably be best if you didn't.
I think it'd be best if you actually didn't speak during that interaction.
This one still has Enkindler pamphlets available. This one has discovered that religious conversations tend to make the other person wish to change the conversation.
And they might tell you to go back to the ship.
Still, this one does not believe that posing as a scientist would be particularly effective in this one's case.
I think we let Orlin do most of the science speak. I can handle the other conversations that are needed.
Intrigued.
I'm not...
Would you be able to disable Blancmange's translator? That could help.
Probably.
Actually, the hacking tools could probably come in handy for that. Turian, he had never thought of it, and he's like, ooh, an opportunity to shut him up.
This one can merely deactivate the translator if necessary.
Captain, please deem it necessary. I mean, what?
You're supposed to keep those as the inside thoughts.
Regretfully, you are a team. You will have to figure out a way to work together. Thankfully, you will now have to spend several days on a ship and not be in my precinct. Oh no. I will definitely miss you. Sarcasm. What will I do?
Oh, that's nice of you, Chief.
It's
Kind
all right.
of, I
I'll have
think.
plenty of reports when I come back.
Well, shall we?
This is going to be fun.
Yeah.
I haven't been in a ship in a while. Do you think I'm not supposed to take anything apart? What if I see something that needs fixing and then just wanders into the ship?
And I think DeVevo wanders with her and like, or with him, and kind of they just go back and forth about maybe you
Loretta,
shouldn't be
like,
taking apart
sprints
anything
in.
unless we tell you to take something apart.
But how will you
sprints
know?
in to make sure it doesn't go into the helm. Like, no.
No touchy.
Pops into the seat and shuts the door.
Can I come in? Can I?
Sorry, only DeVevo is allowed in here.
Oh. Okay, I'll go look at the weapons then. Ooh, a torpedo.
His face just like, oh no.
Blancmange is going to take some time to familiarize himself with the weapon systems of this ship.
Okay.
Orlin and Blancmange are going to check out the weapons. Oh boy.
Ooh, torpedoes.
Yep, it has 10 disruptor torpedoes. Relatively low yield. They would be allowed on civilian ships. It has several autocannons placed around the hull, kind of pointing out to give it a 360-degree coverage. And then down the center, which is kind of camouflaged by being integrated into the main crew corridor that goes between all the main sections, is a mass accelerator cannon.
I haven't gotten my hands on one of these ever.
Yes, these will be sufficient for our needs.
What needs do you think we're gonna have?
Our needs may change according to the situation, but if we need to defend ourselves, these will be sufficient.
Awesome. So, scientist. What type of science do you think I should be?
This one does not know. This one has little use for book learning.
Fair enough. Maybe
This one-
DeVevo has an idea.
This one graduated from the School of Hard Knocks.
Impressive. I've never heard of that school. Must be very prestigious.
Very exclusive.
Does that also mean that Loretta graduated from the School of Hard Knocks because the two of you went to the same academy together?
Loretta was held back.
Oh, unfortunate.
Perhaps you should commiserate with Loretta.
Oh, I'm not allowed into the helm right now. I don't know why. I just wanted to make sure everything was working.
Do not allow Loretta to stifle your creativity.
That's
He
true.
is
There
far-
could be something broken in there. That would be a problem.
He is far too by the books for his own good. He needs to loosen up.
Okay. I'll just find a different way into the helm and make sure that it's working. But he doesn't need to know that I'm there.
That is the spirit.
Okay. Thank you for the suggestion. I'll be back. And immediately finds a hatch in this ship's HVAC system.
I believe that should require a roll.
Probably. I'll be here for a while.
As he leaves to do that, you hear whatever the equivalent of stifled chuckling is for Hanar.
Yeah, what is a
I
hand
imagine total,
chuckling?
Well, the Hannah chuckling is translated by the translator, so it'll be the most cliched laughter, like a canned laugh track.
No, it should be like the the lizard that goes
Yeah, it's like
it's
that.
a Hanner. Yeah. Another meme for you.
Like when you get the
Someone
translator,
make it
you
and
can
send it
choose
to
the
us.
laugh option. It's got like mustachioed 30s villain.
Or the tee hee hee hee.
Anime schoolgirl. Yep.
Yeah, the
Those are the only two
anime
settings.
version. Yeah, you can change it.
Or
Juxt-
Nelson
juxt-
Butts.
Juxtaposed with their conversation, I feel like Loretta and DeVevo are probably inside of the helm. And she's like, you should really let Orlin in here. They'd probably be, know this stuff better than I would.
You're telling me to let Orlin, the person who takes stuff apart.
Well, with a little guidance. Maybe a lot of guidance of like not taking anything apart. I did have a conversation with him about that. He's not supposed to take apart anything unless we all agree on it.
He just silently starts up the ship and
look,
sends it.
If we're gonna be... Oh, sorry. Keep going? Okay. Look, if we all have to do this undercover mission together, you're gonna have to get along with our friend Blancmange. He's part of the team too.
I'm well aware. I just... regrettably, am not looking forward to it.
Well, maybe telling the chief that you want to put him in a box is maybe not the, best plan.
Listen, I was thinking of a plan that had nothing to do with my feelings towards Blancmange.
Okay, so how is putting him in a box going to help our plan?
Well, I figured since it would be unusual for a Hanar who is not exactly the most intelligent to be there, plus he has a bad habit of threatening people, and I figured if he was in a box, he can only threaten himself.
But I think he had a good idea of being, an assistant and helping. He's got a lot of arms. I mean, that's a pretty good assistant, and he's strong.
Yeah, you didn't see me arguing. That's why I dropped the box idea.
What is it between the two of you anyway? What happened?
We tied for top of the academy.
Oh, so this is like some weird EP thing that you have going on.
No. He should have been discharged from the academy for his... He cheated. As far as I'm concerned, he cheated.
Or did he just find an alternative route to the situation? Sometimes, thinking outside of the box, pun intended there, can be handy.
We're complaining about EP discharge here, just to clarify. Yeah. You should probably see something about that.
I'm just imagining the Kobayashi Maru style test and the Blancmange cheat that.
I think that Blancmange and Kobayashi Maru would be like, there is a civilian ship we should protect. We can't be held back by them having hostages. Destroy it. They have no leverage now.
Pretty much is what I anticipate Blanc had done, is something like that. Or the fact that he broke rules of interrogation. The obvious stuff he does with threatening. So. And
that's the way you tell it. And the way that he tells it is like the beginning of Speed, where there's a hostage and you shoot them in the shoulder so they get dropped.
Yep.
I want to hear the juxtapose of the conversations.
He did things that put people at risk, including myself. We'll put it that way.
He put you in the way of harm? How so?
When you poke the bear tends to poke back.
There was a bear involved?
You've been spending too much time
there was
around
a crime
humans,
syndicate involved.
I don't know what the two of them were doing in their academy.
I mean, one of them was the bear. That's all that needs to be said.
Yeah. The cheating thing goes... I don't know how much better to flush it out without flushing it out. He doesn't want to go into the details.
Well, if you want to talk about it some more, I'm around. But maybe Blancmange is someone that you need to have a conversation with. There's a lot of pent-up tension between the two of you.
Orlin, roll me a stealth check.
Do you want me to roll the hacking one first or just stealth?
Oh, you can find your way around. It's not a problem.
Cool.
It's not a particularly
Great.
large, complicated vac system.
I get a 7.
Lorland falls down out of a grate behind you.
Orlin? What are you... How...
Oops.
What are you doing? I thought I
was
told you not to take
checking
apart
on-
anything. We had to agree on it.
Technically, I didn't take it apart permanently.
That... I mean,
Okay,
it's a
I
way
may have
around what I
woken up
said,
when I
but that's
fell on
not
top of
exactly
it.
what I meant.
I just wanted to make sure everything was working. I don't get to spend a
So
lot
you
of time in
snuck through the
spaceships.
vents.
Well, you locked the door, and I didn't want to hack the door open. That seemed rude.
All the vents are working really well, though.
The vents are completely clear of any obstruction. We shouldn't have anything to worry about in the case of an emergency.
They're now clear of any obstruction.
Yes, you are technically correct. I was an obstruction in the vents. Let me just fix this, and then I'll leave.
Fix what?
I assume like a panel fell down
Yeah.
when Orlin fell. Just like gets off this metal panel, pulls out the Omni tool, puts it back. We don't have what do I call it? This isn't a rental, right? We're not gonna get in
This
trouble.
We don't own this ship.
I would imagine CSEC does.
Yes.
Right. They won't look up. No one ever looks up. Carry on, you two. I'll go tell Blancmange about the studies that we're doing in our lab so that he's prepared to be our assistant.
Actually, quite. Perhaps we should discuss that.
Should we bring him in here or shall I leave?
I think we all probably need to chat and look over the paperwork.
It's fair. The ship is designated to fly where it goes, and it will alert me if there's anything I need for manual control.
So are we already like lifted off? Are we gonna have to do any of those rolls or
It's like
autopilot?
it's the same as like, hey, drive down a straight road. It doesn't require a roll. You're good.
But I want to roll.
Let me
you
check.
can
Don't
roll
worry,
if you
I'm
want,
sure we're going to be
but-
attacked by pirates.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you're gonna be rolling at some point today. Let me check the bed bay and do a little bit of inventory, and then I'll meet up with you all and
There's my
discuss
roll.
things.
It's an incredibly smooth takeoff. Like you actually, yeah, the
waste
question,
the
DeVevo,
good
is a really
ones.
good question because you haven't noticed, but throughout this entire conversation, Lurida's been piloting you away from the Citadel, and as you turn around to look back out the window, you notice, oh, the Citadel's far in the distance as you're heading towards the nearest mass relay. In terms of the layout, it's a pretty classic freighter design. Big bays on the side with a central spine that leads to like this little nub, which is effectively the cockpit, and a few living areas underneath it. But the actual like sections on the side, which would normally be filled with cargo, are instead filled with equipment. One of them now being a shuttle bay, one of them having a few other things, and electronic like survey craft equipment, and some like powerful hacking arrays, etc. There is one of them that still has cargo in it, and that is what you have. All of the bits that have been designated to go to Novaria, to Genex Chemical. That's full of their stuff they have actually requested. So you do have a legit reason to be taking that there. They have requested these parts, which only means that the tiny bit that is fake is who you are and your biometric information that's attached to the orders itself. So it should pass muster. But if you want to...
Do we have aliases that have been provided for us?
Yes, and funnily enough, because it's easier to refer to you by your actual names so people don't forget, your aliases are the same as your actual names. At least the last name is. The first name might be different, but everyone, you're still called Orlan, Blancmange, DeVevo, and Lurida.
Yeah.
Just to not confuse people at home with the overlay. But also because how many Blancmanges are there in the universe, and are they going to really check CSEC for a Blancmange as well?
There's
There
only
probably
one
aren't many
Blancmange in the
Blancmanges,
universe.
I don't think we can take any more Blancmanges.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, when Orlin comes to collect Blancmange, he finds him in front of a mirror, just sort of looking into it and saying, "Are you addressing this one? This one does not see anyone else here. So who are you addressing? This one? Are you addressing this one? Are you addressing this one? Oh, I see. Orlin, what is the report?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I interrupting something?
No. It is fine.
Is there someone? Is that okay? We're going to go discuss our cover story.
Very well. Very well. Where shall we rendezvous?
Presumably one of the cargo bays with our stuff in it. I feel like one of them probably has a table in it, so that's the one that we go to.
And stuff, etc. Yeah.
Somewhere
Very
with
well.
a table.
Very well. This one is at your disposal.
Is there anything
This
cool in the
way.
med bay when I go to inventory quick?
I mean, it's a fully stocked and like equipped med bay. It has medical facility systems that are suitable for trauma, gunshot wounds, everything. Like, it is equipped to be a proper med bay, the same as you would find on a small military vessel. It's not like just a civilian, like, here's the medical room. It's got full-on like surgical equipment and stuff in it as well.
Awesome. Cool.
That's,
I will
the
meet
other side from the main trunk, though, there is an armory. So, you're a CSEC vessel. It's well equipped.
All right, I will meet everybody up at the mess hall then.
Okay. Pretty cramped, but it is a equipped mess hall with a little table, a few different like microwave type things nearby, including probably whatever Hanar absorbed through their skin is available as like a broth or something.
I put the papers down and kind of like open them up and kind of offer them to everybody. So, are we wanting to sneak in then? Or are we going for the route of pretending to be scientists? Seemed like everyone was interested in that option, though.
On a scale of sneaking to science, I am science. I don't know if that goes for anyone else in our group, so I don't know if there's a way we could blend these two strategies. Maybe some of us are scientists and some of us are delivering cargo and then later sneak in. I'm just saying, you saw me fall through a vent in the ceiling. I was trying to be subtle.
That was you trying to be subtle.
Yes, I saw you enter a vent. You are sus.
Yeah, unlike subtle, I am suspicious. So,
Well, I can help with some of that. I'm less suspicious. That is kind of my expertise. But I can't be in two places at once, so if we were going to do two different operations, we'd have to either do them at different times or split up.
The cover for being delivery or scientist, you can split that as you will amongst yourselves. Some of you
perhaps
could be
we are
delivery, some of you could be
scientist
scientists.
delivery.
Yeah, you'd be coming in on the same vessel, so it makes sense you'd be traveling together, etc. Like, you'd be the same group going in.
All right, then.
I'm confident in my ability to convince them of my intellect and aptitude. I have talked many people into submission in terms of intelligence.
As long as this one is not required to spout technical mumbo jumbo, this one is convinced it can talk its way through. As I say, as this one says, these pamphlets usually do the trick.
You might
Pick you
not
off
want to
the
use
planet.
the pamphlets where we're going. And also, your normal ways of convincing others might be something we choose as our alternative option.
This one will not be playing itself. This one will be playing a role, a subservient Hanar assistant.
You're going to be playing Blasto, aren't you?
This would be a preferred option for this one, but this one suspects it might not be particularly efficacious.
No.
How dare you
not.
insult Blasto? How dare you suggest Blasto as a lowly lab assistant?
Well, then, perhaps maybe you could be an assistant to Orlin. And what about you?
Speaking to me. Oh. I'm pretty sure I could talk my way through some technical mumbo jumbo along with Orlin, but if you ask me to lie, we might have an issue.
Okay, maybe you just carry the cargo. We do
Can be
need
a
I'm
blast.
to
also
deliver
not good
the
at lying,
cargo.
but I'm very good at technical stuff.
Also, maybe I handle all of the lying parts.
I'm
Speaking
on
of
board
which,
with that.
Is our information talking about what we're here for on data sticks, or is it?
You'll have like all the stuff will be on the ship's like central library nexus, and like your individual like data slates and Omni tools will be able to download the information and go through it.
Okay.
There'll
so
be like
we
a
each
little
have,
hollow thing
we
in the
each
table in
have
front
like a
of you.
little.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Like your hollow thing in front of you is probably like as you access the data brings up like a little globe of Novaria. It's a small frozen terrestrial world, barely habitable. One of the reasons it wasn't colonized to begin with. It's been privately chartered by the Novaria Development Corporation, and they lease out to labs to perform research. It is
What type of labs do they have besides Gen X?
all over the actual world itself. It's covered in several dozen individual facilities, all of which are spread around, very separate from each other.
Do we know which one we're going to? That
Gen X
the
chemicals.
replacements?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to Gen X.
Peak-13.
specifically.
So,
Peak-13.
yes. All transit on and off world goes through Port Hanshan, which is controlled by the NDC. They currently have all the security leased out to, which is a security company, Alanis Risk Control Services, who also are on the Development Corporation board for Novaria.
Alanis
Risk
was it?
Control.
Risk control is where the package needs to be delivered.
No,
the cargo?
No, they're the ones doing security for the place.
Oh, they're
your
doing
cargo is
security.
going to Gen X Chemical, which is your excuse to get in.
Okay.
It has to pass through Port Hanshan, though.
Okay. So our main goal is to get the cargo to Gen X, and we're scientists that are taking this over to them. And what is our cover of where we're coming from?
You are a delivery of cargo privately chartered to deliver it on short notice as replacement parts. All the replacement parts and the like request for these parts to be delivered are all legit, and you have all that paperwork. That's all legit. The only bit that's not legit is that your ship and you being those people. The actual like request itself has gone through but was intercepted, and thanks to some other group that's not CSEC, forwarded and covered so that you are the response team to that.
Okay, cool.
If you want to go through the parts and stuff they've requested, they are in your cargo hold. You can go through them. You've got a manifest, etc. All that paperwork's in order. You will need to go to Port Hanshan, which is the place where they've got all the landing and stuff. You'll have to land there. You'll have to procure transport from Port Hanshan. And then you'll have to drive over to Peak-13, which is the current lab leased out to Gen X Chemical. Novaria as a whole has kind of a reputation for being like an Area 51. It's deliberately designed to be, this is outside Citadel space, so we can do super dangerous and deadly research, etc., without having to abide by your laws or safety requirements.
So when we get to Port Henshaw, we have to find transport ourselves. There won't be transport there available to us.
It will be available to you, but you'll have to get it from them. You don't have a ground vehicle yourselves. You'll have to land there and then get one. They have plenty of vehicles that are literally kept there for the use of corporations. So that'll be sorted. The only issue you might face is getting that shielded container through security, because it will be scanned. And if they scan a shielded container, they're going to ask questions. So you might need to bribe someone.
Okay, so
Or find another way to get it through.
Bribe. Okay, I will bring up that as our next issue as I'm looking through the data pad. I say, the next problem we'll have, now that that's all settled, the next problem we're going to have is this box. They might be a little bit suspicious of us trying to get it through, since it is not really scannable. We could either bribe somebody, or the alternative is finding another way to get it through. Any thoughts on that?
This one finds that throwing credits at this sort of problem usually solves it.
How many credits normally solves it?
What would be a typical bribe in this situation?
Ooh, this would be to someone in a corporate environment, so it'd be a little bit higher. Very heavily controlled security. Probably looking at like 10,000 credits would definitely do it. You do have some credits allocated to you in the package that you have. You each have 5,000 credits extra that they've given you as effectively like This is your money for in case you need to bribe or sell anything undercover. Get a receipt. But
We have 20,000
Receipt
credits.
for a bribe.
Bribe someone and ask them for a receipt.
You don't necessarily. If that
sign
happens,
here
you effectively don't have to ask for a receipt from them, but you have to like write a receipt yourself. Be like, I just bribed so and so.
That would be really
No, I
funny.
want them
Could
to
you just
sign
sign
for
this
it.
receipt really
Yep.
quick? Okay, cool.
Just confirming the amount of
Perhaps-
this bribe.
Perhaps there is volatile things that can't be scanned. Is that possible, EE? Stuff that if scanned...
You might be able to. You'd have to then try and fake some documentation that would be like the extra documentation needed to prove that, hey, I'm not just saying it's thingy to avoid the scan, but you could potentially, if you wanted to not bribe someone, but instead try and forge a document saying this is a highly volatile chemical that will react to X-rays or whatever. You could try that.
That's what Mike Loretta would propose.
That's a good
Perhaps-
idea, Loretta. Do you think you could hack the documents and make
I
adjustments
would need
to them?
time once we landed.
Well, I
or-
think maybe now would be the better time to do it.
Well, it depends on if I'm hacking their system or if I'm adding it to our system.
You'd be adding it to yours if you put it
Our
this way.
documents.
Novaria
forged
is
document.
incredibly high security. It is a corporate research hothouse where it's trying to hack their system will be very tough. If you try and just improve the quality of your documents, you could potentially do it. It will be difficult to do, but you could do it.
I could certainly do it.
What skills would we be using for to attempt the forgery?
It'd be an electronics check. And anyone with science could assist to be able to better, like, define, oh, it's this specific chemical that's really rare and used as a precursor in this, this, and this.
I truly
well-
believe Orlin and I could cooperate and make something very fitting.
I like that idea. And if it doesn't work, well, maybe I can find other ways to bribe them. And using that information that you gave me, Blancmange, I think we could manage that in our budget, but that does lower our budget for other things. We'll need transport when we arrive there, so we'll need some of our budget for that, probably.
I can pilot anything.
Yes, but we would need something for you to drive, is more so what I was saying.
Oh,
Unless you want to walk all the way there, I wouldn't recommend it. Novaria is a very cold planet.
Yeah, let's...
I'm sure XChem
not do that.
would reimburse us.
You won't even need to pay to the transport. Gen X will have chartered it already. You'll just need to find
perfect.
it and ask for it, and then it'll be passed.
Okay, cool.
And I believe this was already addressed, but just want to make sure all of our armor and stuff has had like the CSEC logos removed and the colors changed, so it doesn't. We're not just wearing cop.
All your
armor.
CSEC armor will have had, like, the last few days, they'll have stripped all the paintwork, etc.
I feel like they have special undercover versions of armor.
Yeah, we just swap our clothes.
Underneath Loretta's stitching, he still has CSEC there. He's very proud of it.
It's on the inside.
Closest to his heart, so when he looks, yeah.
No, it's like Lurida's altered his translator so that when people ask him who he is, he says, I'm Lurida, I'm part of CSEC. But he's telling the truth, but the translator just doesn't say the last part. It's like, I'm still telling the truth, technically. But yeah, no, your armor will have had the color stripped off it and whatever colors you want put over the top. If you want just to go like a corporate color or you want to be like something else, it can easily be done. You have an
And all
armory
our
with
new
you.
mods
so-
are on and stuff like that.
Yeah, you have an armory with these, so that can easily be done in flight.
Okay.
Novaria is in a little bit of a precarious situation since there was a Geth attack last year where people actually managed to smuggle Geth through scanners. So yeah, that's a bit of a problem. And while most of the Geth were killed, some of them are still active in places on the planet, so caution is advised when traveling outside of Port Hanshan.
Gather, interesting. I've never encountered one before. Actually, that may not be entirely true. I have no idea the context, but I am very young.
I mean, were you around during the attack on the Citadel last year?
I was.
I think I was not, and it is I am a more recent Citadel transplant.
You probably
Very
haven't had Geth then.
traumatizing situation for me. Also, I'm going to retire soon, so I'd just like to get through this.
Oh,
Are
no,
you
she's
like
gonna
only
die.
200?
Yeah, she's like 200 something. I like imagine that she like is getting to the phase of like going out of the maiden
Ready
stage
for
where
a new
she's
career
she's looking for somebody to settle down with type of thing.
Another career.
Yeah.
I'm only 3 decades from retirement.
Yeah, there you go. 3 decades in return.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Hey, that's not very long for some of us.
No.
I'll be dead in 3 decades.
Hey, it's just a different perspective on life.
I will also like to say that DeVevo would like us to speak, Blanc.
What do you wish to converse about, Lorita? I will tell you now. This one will tell you now. This one has had it up to here with your excrement.
This is precisely why I think the two of you need to talk. Look, I don't know what happened with you both in the academy. Well, I kind of do. But you need to talk it through. We are going to have to work together.
All you need to know is there was a large hibernating mammal involved.
Oh, is this the bear?
The bear, yes. Very well, Lorita. You don't like this one, and this one doesn't like you. But we have to work together for the sake of the mission.
Yes, and I was going to talk to you about how we can make that happen.
Indeed. What are your suggestions?
Perhaps for once you would listen to a plan.
This one is adhering to the plan. We have not even begun yet.
Fair. I was forced to look the other way by the captain earlier. Perhaps you will not take advantage of the fact that we are off-world.
Perhaps stranger things have happened.
I'd rather not get caught up in your mess again.
Very well, Lorita. We shall see who is responsible for the mess.
How about we make no messes? Let's have no mess.
That would be ideal.
To Orlin. No taking apart anything.
Either way,
Unless
throughout the military,
we all agree that we are taking apart something.
I'll be right back.
I am well
Clatter,
aware.
clatter.
If you are not aware, I've served in the military and I have learned to work with people I may somewhat disagree with, although they were more honorable men than you. I will make all efforts to be a team player, which involves allowing you to do what you do best.
Very well. This one will allow you to do what you do best. Unfortunately, I am not sure if there are any officers around whose posteriors need kissing.
You'll be lucky if you get off this planet alive.
We shall see. We shall see. He floats away.
That's Loretta, this is not the type of conversation that I was hoping you would have.
You heard what he said.
And I heard what you said. I heard what both of you said. I'm not saying either of you were right in this scenario that just happened.
But I was more right, and he'll walk off.
She just sits back and she's like, puts her data paper slate down a little bit, makes like a thump, and just says like, "Oh my god."
Okay. Lorita, you have the ability to just know stuff about space-based risks and areas, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You would know that then probably isn't going to add a lot to your basic knowledge, but Port Hanshan is the capital. The entire world is incredibly well defended, as in there are orbital battle stations, plural, in orbit, that have both weapons designed to interdict any ships that try and enter the atmosphere, and also that have antimatter bombs designed to wipe out any of the hot labs and research facilities that breach containment. They take people approaching who are not anticipated with suspicion, and that would be putting it nicely. Aggressively suspicious would be probably a much more accurate way to put it. They regularly just impound vessels if they're at all dubious. Port Hanshan are very conscious of security, and especially in the wake of the Geth incursion last year, things have tightened up, if anything. Once you're out past Port Hanshan, you should be a little better off. There's nothing in between the individual installations because it is a horrifically cold, barren world. Exposure outside for a while will kill you, but when you get to the actual labs yourself, you should be fine. If anyone wants to know stuff about the actual like corporate interests and the labs and their setups, feel free to make a suitable roll. If you want to know about like their science setup, you can roll science. If you want to know about how the security and stuff works, you could always roll like electronics. Or if you want to just know about history, you can roll history.
What is... Okay, I'll do science. A science roll. 14.
So it's effectively, as I said, the Area 51 of the galaxy. It's places where they can bypass laws about how to look after personnel, what risks to take, etc. And it's also, because of that, it's off the grid. They can do stuff that's much more risky and potentially a PR screw-up because this is an entirely corporate-owned planet. Like, there is nothing that gets out without them really wanting it to. There are rumors about stuff that happened at Peak-13 last year, but that's only really got out because a Spectre by the name of Shepard was involved. Beyond that, everything is pretty damn covert. Their security does include a lot of things like having individual isolated facilities, which are generally mounted in high places called peaks. Peak-15, of course, being the one that was involved last year. You're going to Peak-13. These also then tend to have, not all of them, but most of them have hot labs, which are very high-risk, intensive research labs, which are placed below the installation into a glacier. And they're called hot labs because in the case of anything goes wrong, they basically heat up the outside of the lab, which melts through the glacier, and they drop the thing into the ice. So if anything goes wrong, they just heat it up, let it fall into the ice, and then it freezes over behind it. And they're like, well, containment sorted. That is now frozen under the crust of the planet. The idea being that freezing will sort things. Most of them also have like a secondary way of actually sterilizing it. Normally a neutron weapon of some kind, just irradiate the thing and kill off everything else. But the primary method is like, even if that doesn't work, it is dropped into the ice and it is gone. It freezes over. That's the end of that.
I imagine there's a place that just has stacks of experiments on top of each other frozen.
As far as anyone has said, they have never been used because there's never been a screw up. But
Well, now's the time to change that.
well, that's what they say, but also Area 51, there's conspiracy theories everywhere.
Ooh, yeah, true.
The other thing will be that you would probably have heard rumors about what happens
also,
if there
what
is
about the
containment.
Shepherd person? What more do I know about them? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing. Go ahead.
They have favorite stars on the Citadel. You would also know that rumors about if containment is breached. One of the things that they have is antimatter bombs in orbit, and if containment's breached and something gets out of a hot lab, they do just have the ability to destroy the facility from orbit with an antimatter weapon. This is part of the reason that the peaks are kind of far apart, because they can just wipe one out if they need to. They take containment quite seriously.
I think we need to save the electronics roll for altering our thing, right?
Yeah, you wanna roll your
Right, Orland?
Orlin will probably assist. Well, I don't know, whoever's rolling the main roll, and then one of you should assist.
For
I
the
have an 8
for
in
the document.
electronics.
Yeah.
you have an 8 in electronics. You're actually better
And
at
I'm
it
not
than I am.
and I'm not proficient though.
Wait, you're not
So you
proficient in
can't.
electronics?
So he can't assist you, but you can assist him then.
I'm saying in this one, to assist, if you have science, you can assist the other person rolling electronics effectively, because what you'll be doing is giving them better information about like
I
the
don't think he
chemical
has
reaction
science.
pretending.
Do you have
How
science?
do you not have How do you have an 8 in electronics but not have proficiency in it?
The Omni tool upgrade that I got
Oh,
called Steady Hand
I feel
or Expert Hand
it feels offended somehow.
gave me a +5.
Okay, so Lurida would essentially be rolling with advantage.
Oh wait,
if-
Oh,
Yes.
specifically to bypass locks.
Only to
Only
bypass
for bypassing
locks.
yeah.
That's right. Dang it. Never mind. I
Oh,
don't have an
okay.
8. I have a 3.
Okay, so Orlin will be the main, and then
I can roll the electronics.
You can roll the electronics. I can assist. I have science.
Cool. All right, so I
you go.
will roll electronics with advantage.
Yeah.
While they're doing important things, Blancmange is just having a smoke over in the corner.
Okay. Yes,
Rob
you
making
managed to
up.
come up with
23.
You remember reading a long time ago, like this science journal article that proposed an experimental form of EZO that was kind of like a crystalline lattice. The issue was that X-rays and so on tended to break the bonds between the EZO kind of matrices way too easily.
It's so delicate.
Yeah, so you couldn't really
like a
expose it
snowflake.
to any form of like high energy electromagnetic interference. So the actual thing itself is heavily shielded around it. In addition to, you probably shouldn't hit it with anything powerful.
You
So,
also
yeah.
definitely can't expose it to the air.
Oh, most definitely, yeah.
Yeah, we can't just open it up and show you what's inside.
Impurities
That would just-
everywhere, yeah.
Yeah.
But you actually
Might
managed
also give you
to
cancer.
fake the documents reliably well. I was
Yay.
looking for DC 20. You got it.
Will that give me advantage on my roll when I'm like persuading them type of thing?
Oh no, you've got documents that are good enough.
Oh, perfect. Yay.
Unless you draw attention
okay.
to yourself, those documents are good enough.
Well
Awesome.
done. Well done.
Well done, everybody.
I'm not saying Orlin has faked documents before, but I'm not saying he hasn't.
I think Orlan's the kind of person who fakes the documents to see if they can be faked and never uses
Yeah.
them.
He's just got like a stack of fake documents in his locker. It's like, and here's one I made for this, and here's one I made for this.
Like, you've just got a
Never
stack
thought
of
I'd need
locks
it.
on the other side. You're like, I can break all these locks. Like, they're not touch the doors. Well, that would be breaking and entering.
That'd be wrong.
Perfect.
Know what I'm
I like
about.
it.
Okay, so anything anyone wants to do before you get to Novaria? It is a few days travel through the mass relay system. It's actually on the way to Solarian space, so it will actually be something that Orlan knows pretty well. The actual jump point is off the relay that connects Solarian space to the rest of the galaxy.
He waves to the rest of the galaxy.
I probably at some point will we'll chat with Orlin because we're buddies.
Okay.
We're friendos. And just be like, so I talked to Loretta a little bit more, as you noticed when they were having a conversation, and I found out they were in the academy together.
The School of Hard Knocks.
Oh, you already knew? Wait, that's not where they went to school.
It's not? That's what Blancmange called it. I thought it was a strange name for an academy.
Maybe he was just talking about the way that they teach.
Maybe. This could be another one of those idioms that I don't always understand.
Yeah, they can be confusing sometimes. Are they telling
They
the
seem-
truth? Are they not? See, this
It
is
seemed
why I
a
like Alcor
very
much more.
inefficient way of communicating concepts.
I agree. Well, you tell me what Blancmange said then.
Mostly that they just went to the same academy together, but I already knew that. You didn't know that?
Oh, I thought you
That's
had
why there's so
more.
much tension.
I thought you got more information from them.
No. I just knew that they went to the same academy, and again, that's why there's so much tension.
Well, I found out that they were both head students.
That would explain a few
So-
things. I can't believe both of them would have been the top of their class, but I guess they're not weighting important things like academic aptitude in the academy.
And Taveva starts thinking, like, what were they? What was the academy
I
looking
suppose
for
it was
for
the
them?
CSEC Academy. I didn't come through that training. I went specifically through the Solarian focus training, and CSEC was a good opportunity. I wanted to try new things and experience new things. And I also think the Dalatras, I think that's the name of it. Dalatras may or may not have been encouraged to send me on my merry way to get me out of her cowl.
I don't know why they would want you to
I
leave.
didn't know either, but it seemed like a really great opportunity to join CSEC.
Well, she like leans in. She's like, I found out that, well, Loretta said that Blancmange maybe went about things by cheating.
Was it cheating or just finding an alternate route to the same solution?
See, that's what I asked too. But I think we need to find out.
Well, what would it matter if Blancmange did cheat? Then would we be trying to get him expelled from CSEC?
I don't know. I was just more so curious.
Oh, I do like learning things for the sake of curiosity. But I'd be
That's what I was
concerned if
counting on.
Larita found out that the cheating was actually actual cheating and then tried to get Blancmange kicked out of the academy, because I feel like at this point they've been out of the training for a while and probably should have already dealt with that.
True. I was hoping that. And I was hoping their conversation would, and I was hoping that they'd maybe have that conversation privately. But now that I'm glad that they kind of had it publicly, because, that was terrible communication.
They are incredibly bitter. I don't really understand. It seems like a waste of energy to hold on to a grudge for that long.
Maybe we can fix it.
I do like fixing things.
Me too. I mean, different way than you, but yes.
I'm kind of imagining this going into that like sitcom thing of, oh no, you're passing each other in the corridor and we've accidentally had an air leak and we've locked all the doors. It's gonna take 3 hours to get you out.
Do you have any suggestions on some of the ways that we might be able to solve this interpersonal relationship issue between the two of them? Besides one of their demise, because I think we should avoid that scenario.
Yeah, we need them both alive. And then I think the two of them just start like plotting.
I know. I could get the airlock and the doors could be disabled so that both of them are stuck in the same room for a long time. But don't worry, I'll make sure that their guns aren't working.
I'm in.
Perfect.
But we should make sure that there's a camera in the room so that we can watch all of it.
Obviously. Didn't you know there's cameras in all of the rooms?
Oh, even in the bathroom?
Orlin just shrugs.
I mean, CSEC is a quasi-military organization. It has some sensors everywhere. I don't think it would have high-resolution camera, but it would have a sensor that could tell you when
You
someone's
can't see
pooping.
like in the stall.
Yeah.
But you can see like who's going in and out of the bathroom.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just like that that's the end of that scene. We're plotting. Now you get to go.
Do you want them to be trapped
Just
in
saying, a
corridor
strangling
together?
is easier to jump in and prevent than a gunshot. So if they go for hand-to-hand combat.
Sorry, what was the strength of you two versus them again?
Not very.
I can
Hey,
stun them.
I have ways I can hold somebody in place.
That is
Actually, I can
true.
hold both of them in place, and they'll just stand there and be frozen.
Yeah, why don't you
Has
just
a
put
way
them
to hold
in your
people in place,
singularity?
too.
So while you're going
Just
through
like
your very
singularity, both of them for a while.
in-depth plan, we're gonna forward time until you get to the Novaria system.
No, just a question. At this point, only 2 Blasto movies are out, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what we said, yeah.
Sting of the Jellyfish and Blasto Saves Christmas. So Blancmange basically watches those 2 movies again and again on a loop.
I assume he can quote every line of dialogue. And
Oh, yeah, certainly.
Yeah. It's almost as
I
if
like-
like he actually did the acting for Blasto. You can kind of imagine very
Did
accurate.
does he act it out at the same time too? Like, does he like do whatever it is Blasto's doing?
Well, you certainly see, maybe it wouldn't be audible, but you would see the patterns of color on him match Blasto. So essentially he's mouthing along to the words of the entire film.
I like the
it,
idea
I
that he
like
turns
it.
his translator off so he's not embarrassed, but he's still the pattern's still the same. And then like, wait a minute.
It's like a little kid that just watches the same thing over and over and over and over again.
That was me.
I'm into it. It's great.
Larita's probably pacing around the ship, checking the helm, checking, cleaning his weaponry, making sure everything's where it's supposed to be.
Do we lock them in a room before the mission or after? That's the question.
I am not fussed either way.
I'm not either. I'll let EE take it away.
roll a d20, see if you can get them together beforehand.
Ooh.
That's true.
Alright,
Yeah,
go for it.
I feel like there's a good chance that we won't actually even be able to get them in the same room.
We'll
We keep
say,
trying though. It's
14
definitely
plus, you managed to get them in the same room beforehand.
Okay, Lauren, go for it.
All right.
You're the one who's going to be locking the doors anyway, right?
like a 10.
No, you don't
They're
manage
never
to get
in
in the
the
same
same
room.
room.
Not with the time. Like you especially trapped like a certain area, but they never quite go into it at the same time.
You just see like Orlin peeking out behind it, just like looking sad every so often, like, oh.
I like the
It's
idea
just
that
one of
you
them
almost
walking
do
down
it,
the
but they
hallway.
get a little bit suspicious because as you hide like that, but you still at like your nubs up the top, just over the
Little
crate.
floppy nub.
Okay. So you get to the. Does this work? No, I need to hit the thing. Let me. This work. There we go.
Ooh.
So you get to the Novaria system, and as you come, obviously, towards Novaria, Lurida. Wait, no, you're the flyer. Who is on comms?
I guess me.
Comms is SSC.
Science.
Oh, that's me.
There we go.
Yeah, there's multiple roles available, but
I'm science too.
which other one of you is on that seat? It's one seat.
We probably want DeVevo doing the talking. I would
Yes,
assume.
we do.
Yes. Yeah.
This is Board Hanshan. Pale Moonlight, what's your reason for being in the system at this time? Please confirm what are you doing here? We've got a little bit of a security concern following incidents last year.
Fort Henshaw, this is Pale Moonlight, DeVevo reporting in. We're here to transport some items to Peak-13.
Please transmit your manifest documents and authorization.
Documents being transported?
No, the documents
wait.
you have your... Oh, okay.
Yeah, transferred, sorry. I didn't mean the word transported. I said transferred.
It's an older set of documents, but it checks out. You're free to land. Please go into orbit and follow this vector.
Thank you very much. And I just turn to our lovely friend Lurida here, and she's like, looks like we got the all clear. Let's make it a smooth landing.
Muted.
Absolutely always.
I hope that you don't land smoothly this time.
I said always. This is not coming through. What is this? Is calmly.
No, we heard always, but I'm like, I hope that the roll is actually not good because it'd be funny.
Okay.
All right.
So, you're gonna leave the vessel in orbit. You're gonna load all your stuff into your cargo shuttle, and you're gonna head down to the planet.
That's the plan.
Okay. So
far, smooth.
are you wearing civilian clothes and have packed your armor and weapons into the locker, or are you wearing armor, packed the weapons, or are you just carrying everything?
I would say I probably have most of my stuff, my weapons. I don't really have a lot of weapons and armor, but I'm willing to put my weapons and armor in the box. But I would like to have my voice mod, so...
I'll say that any modulator thingamabobs can be transferred to just your normal civilian armor, i.e. clothing. I think that's fair.
Then I'm in.
Yeah, I'll put everything away. I literally have one, because like an Omni tool would be a normal thing for a person to have. That's not
any Omni blade, Omni taser, Omni. You can keep that because that's just something that can be made from your Omni tool. It's like a program, effectively.
Okay, I'll keep that on me then.
Mm-hmm.
So
Got
I
the
have
Omni
my
blade.
Omni tool, and then I have my shield generator that is not attached to my
Personal
armor.
shield generator. Yep. Blancmange and Lurida.
Blancmange is going to cooperate. That's the parameters of the mission. So armor and weapons and whatnot. Is it possible to stash a gun for easy retrieval with a stealth roll, maybe?
Can you roll a sleight of hand and see if you plan it on Lurida?
Yeah, I could do that.
Sensors would still pick it up. Port Hanshan sensors are really good, but your equipment does include some baggage containers, which effectively allow you to carry around pistols with you, but that would be after you go through and if you want to take something out of the box afterwards. So post going through the sensors.
Yeah, I would say the Predators are fairly small hand. They might be carried by civilians, so those will go in a bag for easy retrieval. The Shurikens will go in the shielded case.
Okay. I would suggest your bags still go in the container because no weapons at all are allowed in Port Hanshan, but you can then take the bag out after you pass through, and then provided you don't go through any sensors, you can just carry them around with you. No one will spot that they're in the bag. The bag that I'm referring to is a bag designed to look like it's like an equipment bag, and it can carry 4 simple single slot weapons. So no assault rifles, no sniper rifles, etc. But it can carry like 4 pistols or 4 SMGs or something.
Okay. So we could
Okay.
each have a weapon that's in there.
It's proof against visual detection, but it's not proof against scanning, so that needs to be in the box when it's going through.
Yeah, I'll put my M11 suppressor in there as well.
Okay.
In the bag. That's going to go in the box.
I have an M3 Predator that I took from the confiscated weapons, so that'll be in the bag.
Okay.
And again, it wouldn't necessarily raise suspicion if civilians had these guns because they're not particularly.
It would a little bit because Novaria, they are very strict about weapons. So you could then.
All of my weapons are in the box. I'm by the book. Everything's in.
No, all of our weapons are going in the box. It's just if you want to put a weapon in the bag that we're going to take out of the box later. After
Or
we
does
go
buy
through
the
scan.
book and puts everything in the box, not in the bag.
Yeah, in which case, there's like 2 slots that you could put your 2 charges into. They are proof against visual detection, so you could carry that bag around with you after you're out of Port Hanshan, and then if you need to, you could whip them out of the bag, but it's not proof against sensors.
And then Lauren, did you want to put a weapon in there? In the bag?
My only weapon is a shuriken, and I only use it when I've run out of literally all my other options.
Yeah, I feel you.
Okay. I imagine the bag is now like, Deveva's like, I guess I'll put my pistol in there, and Black Munch comes in with 3 weapons and is like, if no one else is, and they're just full of Black Munch weapons.
Yeah, it's perfect. It makes sense.
So all your armor is packed into this crate, then you put the rest of your weapons on top, then you put your pistols into this bag, which has special side pockets available to put them into, along with a load of electronic equipment that looks like, oh, that's a very legit like bundle of cables and stuff, and then you put that into the thing, seal it up, you put your hazard labels on.
What about Orland's like drone stuff?
So my understanding of drones in Mass Effect is that they are not drones as in like they don't take up physical space. Yep. They're like summoned from your Omni tool.
Yes, so what happens is when you use your Omni tool, it insta creates the thing.
Oh, it like makes it come to life.
So
okay, perfect.
You're fine right now, just like your biotics are fine, like you're gonna be good with those.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But if they see the drone when I summon it, it might be a little suspicious.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it's like a summoning rather than. But that's the way they are in Mass Effect because they look like they're made out of light.
Yeah.
So I assume
it's hard light is the term. Yes.
Yeah. Very small physical component.
We have put everything in the box that we need, like all our armor, all our weaponry. We have the extra bag that has Blancmange his weapons in it, and then I have 1 pistol. Or 1 SMG in it, and then we
yours is a pistol actually. The M11 suppressor is a pistol. And that goes in. So everything that could possibly be an issue is in the box. So, okay, as you begin to descend into the atmosphere, Lurida, there is a lot of turbulence. Novaria is not a particularly nice planet, which is why it was never really properly colonized and thus available for corporations to take over. As such, I need to make a piloting roll, if you wouldn't mind.
All right.
Not every time.
You should not have wasted that earlier piloting roll.
I mean, I did say that one was optional. Yeah. Let me find them.
It's an 8 for those who are listening.
Okay. So with that, as you start hitting the atmosphere, you start to commit to the vector they gave you to land at Port Hanshan. It's a pretty sedate entry path that is very slow and allows ground-based weaponry to keep a bead on you just in case. However, as you're starting to go down, you notice there's some turbulence kicking in, and as you're trying to hold the shuttle steady, it starts to buck back and forth, going through areas of low pressure before instantly hitting like a storm front and getting flipped a little bit. You all are getting jumbled around in your seats. I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw.
I thought you said always.
I failed my con save.
Okay.
20.
Yeah,
I crit
4.
saved. 21.
Oh, wait.
I rolled a 4.
Mine did not roll yet. That was your 4. Oh, I get a 21.
Okay.
That's a lot better.
Wow. You got a 21 and it wasn't a crit. Awesome.
I am proficient in con.
I think Blancmange may have failed it as well.
Yeah. Okay, so,
Do they now have concussions? Are they going to be hit? Like,
It's great that your pilot, who has caused this issue,
Yeah.
is unconscious now.
face slams against the dashboard.
You might not be unconscious yet.
Oh no! I may have accidentally disabled the airbags.
I rolled very low, so Blancmange and Lurida, both of you are thrown around in your seats. The Mass Effect field's trying to keep you steady and not experiencing the G's, not quite reacting in time, and smack, I was going to say your heads, your dome and your head, respectively, into parts of the metal stanchions holding the shuttle together, taking 1 point of bludgeoning damage each as it bypasses the shields. I rolled very low.
Oh my gosh, so much pain.
I know. Make me another vehicle handling check.
Sure.
While this is going on, Blancmange is just, nice one, Lurida.
As you say that, it begins to plummet hard, this time going into, just straight into it.
Say it again! Say it again, Blanc! Say it again!
Nice one.
Land, please.
Okay. This time, Lurida, you're going into an incredibly steep dive. You can feel yourself being pushed back in your chair as you're trying to just grapple with the controls. Make me a strength check to just pull back on the controls enough while under this G-force.
Is it athletics or is it strength?
Strength. It's just sheer strength.
All right, we did okay. 8.
Okay, you managed to, as you're seeing this like peak form before you through the snow, you managed to pull back hard enough that you just miss the top of the peak as you start to level out.
Oh my gosh.
This is for Henshin Control. Please inform us why you have deviated from your vector.
Why have we disengaged from our vector? I look over at...
They failed to...
Why have you deviated from your vector? Please confirm or you'll be shot down.
Incompetent piloting.
You failed to inform us of this storm front.
There's a momentary pause before.
We were not informed of your poor piloting ability. If that's going to be a problem, Pale Moonlight, please respond.
Yes, our pilot is extremely poor. Apologies.
Thank you, Pale Moonlight. Please do not deviate from your vector anymore.
Blancmange.
Yes, DeVivo. My quick thinking provided a good cover story. Fortunate that our cover story also corresponds to the truth.
Kill him.
Devo's just like...
I can't kill him because that's wrong, but I want to kill him.
Devo turns to Loretta and is like, what happened?
Getting used to the ship.
Well, get used to it faster.
Do I need to roll again?
You don't need to roll again.
But I want to roll again.
We still hear the radio
I don't
voice.
trust you to roll it. No, you've managed to bring it under control. You're now low enough, you're below the storm. As you see the storm sort of clearing in front of you, now you're low enough. Port Hanshan sticks out. A very elegant metal and plastic building with huge areas of glass overflowing the front. You can see there's a little area with a flat kind of facade that you're able to land at. And around that, the storm seems to be pretty calm.
You keep wasting your good rolls.
Very smooth. It was an 18.
With a very smooth landing, belying the dents and scrapes along the hull, you bring yourself in just in front of the glass-fronted area and what appears to be a very heavily armed security presence. You can see, as you land, two pretty hefty Mass Effect cannons just pointed out into the sky from where you came from.
Sweet.
Good to know they were covering our trail, in case anybody followed. He says with a smirk on his face.
Devo just like shakes her head, but smiles. All right, one step down. She like puts her hand on Loretta's shoulder. She's like, "You got the rest of this for now?" For piloting the ship into the cargo, the hull, the hangar.
Need you ask?
She smiles and nods, and she's like, "I'm gonna go get the other things ready," and goes into the back, leaves the helm to start prepping everything.
Yep, you've got a whole load of cargo back there, like 2 tons of spare parts and replacements. So
after you leave, Lurida finally rubs his head and goes, "Gosh darn it."
No need for that kind of language, Loretta.
If our guns weren't in the box.
Yep. Sorry.
Blancmange kind of, I nearly said Blasto. Blancmange kind of raises a few of his tentacles and is like, anytime you're ready, Boy Scout. Anytime you are ready. This one was born ready.
I'd rather not have you taste me with your tentacles.
What are the two of you on about now?
Nothing. Everything is fine.
Sus.
Roll insight. Everything is not fine.
He doesn't lie.
Okay. You can easily prep the cargo. Most of it's ready to go. Just need a few lifter cranes and platforms to bring it out. That's something that Port Hansham will do for you anyway, being one of the many corporations that is part of the Novaria Development Corporation. So, as you get out of the shuttle, it is cold outside. Although this area is somewhat protected from the actual blizzard that forms around most of the area, and there are huge IR lamps heating you up, it is bitterly cold, and you can kind of feel that cold air beginning to just numb your nose as soon as you step outside. It's probably worse for Blancmange, as Hanar are by default naked, and very mucous membraney as they need to absorb stuff through their skin. You can see that there's a few other ships around, most of them kind of very sedately moving cargo on or off, and there's a huge presence. You can see at least a dozen troopers walking around in full green-gray armor, which indicates alarms risk control. No one else other than them is carrying weapons, but the weapons they carry are pretty hefty. Assault rifles, shotguns. You can even see a couple of stationary weapon emplacements covering the port.
Blancmange is kind of rubbing himself with his tentacles, just going, this one is sad, Hanar cannot wear sweaters.
I imagine Lurda being kind of exoskeleton-y doesn't bother him.
Yep. Once it gets cold, it'll stay cold, and that'll be the worst for you. But initially, you're kind of better off than everyone else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Solarians are also somewhat amphibious, so I do feel like Orlin is like, it's cold.
Orlin's wearing like 3 sweaters.
Yeah. Like extra bulky. Like they're technically warm-blooded, so at least I'm not gonna like slow down and die. But yep. I'm a little like,
now I kind of want to imagine Orlin dressed up like the kid from A Christmas Story, where he's just like in like a marshmallow, like,
oh, I can't move my arms down.
I can't move my arms down. Yeah.
Cool like that. Yeah.
Momentarily after stepping outside and looking
Good thing
around,
I don't have a nose.
Someone from Alarms Risk Control walks up to you, visored helmet down, couple of people still following them, weapons not pointed in your direction, but still at the ready. They themselves have a heavy pistol on their hip. They've got a data slate that they brought up from their Omni tool in front of them.
Pale Moonlight, I'm seeing your report here. Looks like you've got a load of cargo to unload. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay, will you need transportation to Peak-13?
Yes, we will. That would be lovely.
Very well. Your names?
She lists out their names.
And your reason for being here?
We're here to deliver a package that was given to us. We need to deliver it to Peak-13 as quickly as possible.
And what about the personnel transfers that you've indicated? Specialties in certain scientific fields and electronics?
That is correct. There are some assistants as well.
Okay. Can you tell me about that?
And she kind of like kind of points out everyone's like job.
And our
it's like
many hands.
No,
logistic about it.
Please tell me about it in detail.
Yes.
Please tell you about it in detail. I don't want to like go. We already like talked about it, but yeah, she kind of just mentions that like Orlin's job is, you know, like the prime scientist. That this is her assistant, Blancmange, and
One second. Orlin, What's your favorite field of study currently?
Favorite field? Well, you see, I have become particularly interested recently in mechanical and material sciences, although that's not necessarily the area of my original expertise. I have found that mechanical engineering is particularly satisfying when you combine it with omni-tool generation as well as omni-gel.
Yeah, fine.
Various
Please continue, Devevo.
Wait, I'm not finished yet. I haven't even gotten to my favorite topic yet.
I do not require you to finish.
He really hasn't. It goes on for like another 3 hours.
I hope you enjoy your ride to Peak-13 then. Please continue, Devevo.
And then she kind of points out that Lorida's here to help carry the package. It's kind of heavy. And that I'm here to ensure and oversight the project and make sure that the items are delivered in time.
Lorida, your specialty is lifting heavy items then. Is that not somewhat demeaning for a Turian?
My specialty is not lifting heavy items.
Interesting. Okay.
He can't lie.
Whoever looks at you. You are, though.
I think he was there as a
No, that's not.
electronics.
I was, yeah.
Somewhat
That's
hacking.
what I thought was electronics.
I thought you were going to help with the cargo, like carrying the cargo in. That's what I thought we had agreed on at the table. Okay. Well, I wouldn't have relayed that then. If I thought that's what your main thing.
I was very confused. I thought I was still one of the scientific people.
I think we decided that everyone was going to be one of the scientists, and that
Except Blancmange.
except Blancmange,
Blanc
who
as
is
an
the
assistant.
assistant to the scientists.
Okay.
So instead
Well,
that seems to
Then I would
indicate
relay
somewhat
that he's our scientist, but like in the electronic fields.
electronics. What have you seen recently as the advancements from the recent acquisition of Geth hardware?
Orlin tries to restrain himself from saying anything.
Loretta would say, well, they're a pain in the ass to kill, for one, but being able to hack into their systems is almost impossible. From my experience, the most interesting aspect about them is the fact that they're both biologic and electronics in and of itself. Aren't they?
Everything before
No.
that was right.
Oh. Fine. This is me just guessing then.
I know, the first part was great. Don't worry.
Okay.
Deathing?
And then
He's
I'll just,
guessing.
And I'll be
I like it.
They're seemingly they seemingly know of their own existence, which is interesting to me, at least.
And the last member of your party, a Hannah, somewhat rare to see you in a research field.
While all of this has been going on, Blancmange has been preparing little individual cups of tea for everyone that he's handing out, and he's got an extra one. It's like, this one wonders if you would like some tea, officer.
But it's like hot water, so it flash froze out here.
Yeah, it's probably in some kind of sealed container, some kind of little thermos unit.
Has a little cover on it.
Nice.
Okay, thank you, but
This one's responsibilities include making tea.
right.
And have you heard of the glory of the Enkindlers?
And there we go.
Devevo, they look back at you. You can make a deception roll with advantage.
Okay. Crit 27. Woo! Yeah!
Aerial passes, you'll need to be in Port Henshan for about 6 hours as we transfer your cargo over. We'll make sure that you get notified when your transport is available. You'll have access to the bar and all basic facilities. You do not have access to VIP areas, and also please avoid any areas marked security or staff only. Enjoy your stay in Port Henshan.
I don't know if we will, but we'll try. It's kind of cold here.
If you're outside for any long period of time, make sure to be a little bit cautious. There have been Geth activity in the area recently, and also the frost tides are in breeding season, so keep a lookout.
That's
Great, Gath.
reassuring.
Move along.
She kind of nods at everybody and kind of motions them and moves forward towards their transport lot.
Blancmange is going to lay it on a little thicker and just be, oh dear, this one is not in danger, is this one?
They look the Hanar up and down, and just very much like you see the helmet just kind of go.
If there is any trouble, please contact Launch Risk Control and we'll be sure to send a shuttle.
Of course. This one thanks you for your service.
Very well.
Please take a pamphlet. Take a pamphlet. Here we are.
I'm okay, thank you. Please move along.
Perfect.
With that,
we
you
push
get
our
past-
cart through.
No,
security.
they'll do the transport and stuff for you.
Perfect.
You're okay. So they take the stuff from your shuttle, and you can see dock workers moving in, Mass Effect cranes beginning to start like unloading several, large ton objects, including one very obvious container that is marked as volatile. You enter into Port Hanshan itself. As you go inside, there's a couple of doors that open and close around you, and suddenly you're hit with a wave of what feels like incredibly warm air, but as slowly as your body kind of adapts to it, you realize this is just nice. It's nice air. It's just very, define it as like spring day air. It's not too warm. There's a nice little bit of breeze and circulation going on inside. The air is actually kind of a little bit scented. You can smell greenery as if there was like a biological like park around you. It's a slight like earthy smell. There's conversation going on. You can see people in very good attire. There is.
I feel like this
no
is
one here
like being
looking
inside
bored.
an airport.
Yes, it is basically like a very high-class airport, but even the non-VIP area is the VIP area. The VIP area is just ridiculous. There is no one here in anything less than expensive attire. The only people you
I
might
imagine
say
you get paid very well if you work out here.
and anyone who is
Interesting.
paid less well is through here very quickly. So the people who stick around tend to be the people who are paid a lot better.
So we look more out of place.
A little bit out of
Probably.
place, yeah.
Yeah.
But again, you are transiting, so. And the attire you will have been given as your cover will still look pretty decent, so. Blancmange has a chance to pretend to be like James Bond-esque.
A little bow tie.
Little bow tie.
Oh, cute.
It goes all the way around the mass of his body. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or is it on like just like
I
one of
imagine-
those?
One little nub, yeah.
I was hoping it'd be a full-on ribbon-like belt that's like around.
That's like I got a bow tie for the buckle.
I imagined as well, like it would
Like-
change color with the henna underneath, so it actually changes color throughout. So it doesn't like interfere with your ability to communicate properly.
Orlin, he like programs his drone to have a bow tie on it, so when he summons it, it'll be fancy.
Adorable.
There is time for you to short rest if you want to resurrect that like 1 HP you've lost, Blancmange and Lurida, if you really want to spend hit dice for 1 HP. But there is a bar here, there are facilities available for a little bit of recreation, etc. You're only going to be here for a few hours, you're effectively transiting and changing flights. But if you want to do anything, you can.
There's a
I wanna
scene where
play
all
cards.
4 of us are playing Among Us, like as our characters, though.
Ooh.
I don't think you could have Blancmange and Lurida playing the same game together without it
It'd
being
be
very
really
acrimonious.
funny. No, but I think it'd be funny.
No, but it's Among Us. We can kill each other. It'd be fun.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like it's this, and it's like, wait, you're supposed to play the game, but Lurida just every time finds Blancmange, kills Blancmange, finds Blancmange, kills Blancmange.
And then you ask him, "Did you kill Blanc?" And he goes, "Yes."
It's too funny.
Now, do we have quarters that we were assigned, or anything like that? Do we have like the equivalent of a hotel that our
no,
cover
no.
ID is? Okay.
You'll only be here for like 6 hours, so you're effectively just waiting until they've transferred your cargo and your vessel is ready to start like driving over to to Peak-13. So this is mostly just a kind of a transit situation. You're stuck in the airport. You've got to wait for your next flight to be ready.
Well, since this is an airport, Blancmange might as well do the Hare Krishna thing, and he does, to maintain his cover, he does like accost a few people to hand out things to them, and he also has a forged, permit to do so. Don't want to run into that difficulty.
At some point, like, security come over and be like, "You're not meant to do this here. Like, I don't care if there's no permit. It's
I feel like
Novaria
Devevo comes
Corporation
over
ground,
and
but
is
they
like
accept it 'cause you're allowed
tries to
do that.
reassure them that like I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
But like, it's totally like they don't like blame you as be like, "Oh, you should be someone dodgy." They're just like, "You're a Hannah. We know you do this. Just tone it down."
He, of course, playing the role, goes into the sort of apologetic Hanar mode and whatnot. Yeah, he actually seems to be having a bit of fun with this.
Make me a perception roll while you do that.
Meanwhile, Devevo's like stressing. She's like mom in the airport trying to count her ducks. I imagine Orlin's trying to take something apart. No, I'm just kidding.
And this is just a normal roll, yes?
Yeah, normal roll.
7. Oh no.
Yep. As you're like handing out pamphlets, etc., you hear a couple of Cherians talking about. Did you hear about Peak-13? Yeah, shame they shut it down. Wonder what they were researching there. And then Spectre Shepard interfering. We shouldn't have given the Spectres the ability to actually interfere with the Novaria Development Corporation. No, I agree. Just some talk about incidents from last year.
Right, filing that away, assuming because I got such a low roll that is not useful at all. So,
It's all stuff that we knew.
Blancmange does file that away. Like, Peak-13, Spectre, Shepard, yes.
I want to find the soldiers' break room and play cards against them.
You mean in the area that it's marked off-limits security staff only? That
we were told to stay away from, yeah.
So what I'd like to do, I never said I was doing it.
You can always try and socialize with some soldiers standing around.
I would probably try to like play cards in the bar and see if any soldiers want to play cards.
Okay. Make me a persuasion roll.
Persuasion, my best roll.
2.
Okay. For a start, none of the Alarm Source Control people who are paid quite highly and quite professionally want to play cards with you while they're on duty. And secondly, as you're kind of being a little pushy about it, someone nearby who seems to be like a little down on the luck, human, you see that kind of like 4 or 5 drinks in at this stage is like, just give it a rest already. Shut up and get going. Fucking Turians. Metal-boned assholes.
This one concurs.
You're too afraid to play me then, huh, human?
Look, I don't care about playing you. I just hope your entire species just fucks off.
Devevo comes in.
We
I'm
beat
like,
your
seriously,
ass
I'm
when
just
you
mom
started like complaining
hurting
about
her
our
cat.
mass relays. We'll kick your ass again.
Loretta, let's just leave this fellow alone. Let's not play cards anymore. No more cards.
Oh, fucking sorry, eh? I hear you do it with anyone.
That is not kind, sir. And you should maybe go sleep off whatever you got going on.
I would sleep it off with you, babe.
We should
He like puts
go.
his hand down on the table, misses and slips a little bit.
She like just tries to. She's like really grossed out and just tries to get Loretta to move away from this.
Oh, you two
drug
together.
prison.
Metal man.
Blancmange sort of floats in beside him and just sort of, whispers to him. It's like, you are very brave. Not everyone would attempt to court an Ardat Yakshi.
Devevo's like,
I need I should go. The guy just goes, I won't even make you make a check for that. That was funny.
Are you all right, Devevo?
yeah, I'm fine. Can we all just, where's Orlin? she's just trying to like hurt
Where Orlin?
everybody.
I think Orlin has discovered that there's a bar. Orlin is not a drinker, but Orlin likes new things. So I think he's just like ordered sample or is like trying to get samples of things, being like, no, I just want it in the smallest container.
So they give you like
have.
a shot of everything, which is like a shot of vodka and also a shot of beer and a shot of Okay.
I'm just very curious. And not drinking them, but like as like investigating.
Let me check something.
They have options.
Yeah, 'cause
Not that he has never been to a bar on the Citadel, but
does
he's
anyone
bored.
remember which Mass Effect races can only have like dextro and levoprotein? Because I know that Turians can't have human food. Turians.
Turians and Quarians are
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you can have like all of the non-Turian liquor, which means the vast majority.
I don't even necessarily want to try it. I just am like, I order anything that's like not something I've seen before.
Okay. How much are you accounting for your credit allowance in this? Because it's a pretty expensive bar.
How much has DeVevo given me as pocket change?
We each have 5,000.
Yep.
I don't think you've let Orlin have access to the
Well, each of your
full
identities
5,000.
comes with 5,000 attached, so unless they've taken it from your identity, it's attached there. They could have.
If we all wanted to pool our stuff together, then yes. But if not, then you each have your 5,000.
I have no idea what 5,000 is worth conceptually.
It's
so
like 50 gold in
It's a lot.
D&D.
Yeah.
I probably only spend
this
like a
world.
gold. I'm not trying to. I probably only end up getting like one thing, but I'm trying to
Put it this way,
negotiate
like-
down to like very
in
small
Novaria-
things.
Put it
in
this way, like
Novaria-
put it this way, like a Medigel is like 200 credits at full cost. If that gives you like context.
1 gold's worth is gonna be 100 credits, and that will get you 1 drink in Novaria Airport.
But I'm like,
now,
okay, but
effectively.
if it's very small, can I get 2 of them? I just want to sample these.
Who will be behind? Oh, I know who's behind the bar.
Respectfully, here you go. I recommend that you stick to water after this. They are quite strong.
I think she should have rolled a
It
persuasion.
doesn't look like your body mass can take much more.
I'm sure I'll be fine.
Reminder, Solarian physiology has a high metabolism.
Yes, it does.
Okay, the L-Core, using like a couple of little Mass Effect drones nearby, 2 like bottles are poured into 2 little shots and handed over to you, and they're designed to be mixed together. One of them is like almost like a clear, almost whitish liquid, and the other one is almost pitch black with a kind of brownish tint.
Beautiful. And just like, can I have 2 empty glasses as well?
Respectfully, very well.
Thank you.
You get 2 like pint glasses.
And it's just like, I want to sample them individually and mixed together. And yeah, this is what Orlin is doing when you find him.
Okay.
Do you have a high
she looks over and
metabolism? Does that mean
sees-
you process alcohol faster.
Yep.
Yeah. She looks over and she sees that he's sitting at the bar, and she's like, "Oh, thank goodness. Let's all just stick together." And then when they get up there, they realize that Orlin's probably drunk.
No, I'm
Orlin,
fine.
You didn't drink all of these, did you?
Well, I wanted to sample them separately and then together.
You know we're like on the job, right? Like you shouldn't be
We have
drinking.
6 hours. I'll be sober by the time we're done.
Make a con saving throw.
No.
Yeah, this is a cocktail called a Turian on a hot tin
15.
roof. Yeah, you're tipsy, but you still have mental faculties. The very dark liquid is liquefied Turian. It's not actually liquefied Turian. That's what it's called. And the very light liquid is known as Afterglow. Mixing them 2 together is a cocktail which they kind of like mix and then start rotating over each other repeatedly. And you kind of drink it
that
while
looks
it's still
pretty.
rotating. And it's
It
called
was
Turian on a hot tin roof.
absolutely fascinating to investigate the chemical composition and their interactions. I have never seen this drink on the Citadel before.
Question out of character. We have 6 hours for the entire mission, not 6 hours just for sitting here in the...
You've got 6 hours in the airport, but like,
Yeah,
We're
Effectively.
still in
effectively,
time for 6
Yeah.
hours.
Okay, all right.
you've got like
cool.
5.5 hours left. Alden will be sober. Maybe.
I'll be fine. I
It'll cost
have
you-
fast metabolism.
Yeah, 100 credits.
Okay.
I've got a receipt so we can file the expense report.
And athletics roll to cover her mouth.
I'll make a dex, acrobatics.
Orlin has no idea this is happening.
Okay.
I have a perception of 7. I have literally no idea.
You hear, I have a...
We're scientists. Of course I'm going to file an expense report, but that's fine.
Tired. We can provide you with a receipt for your expenses. That is, of course, allowed. Would you like
That would
to
be
open
great.
a tab?
No, he would not.
By the way, it's not just covering mouth at this point. He's gonna pick up Orlin and start walking out.
He take, and I'll take the receipt from him and
No, the receipt is transmitted to the
oh,
Omni
it's
tool.
transmitted.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Paper is not a thing.
Paperless
I
in
know.
the future.
I know. Which is awesome.
Olin, also, while it's happening, make a perception roll. I know. Olin wisdom, yep. I got you. I understand.
Yeah.
-2. That's a critical one with a -2.
I have -2 in perception. I
know
don't
what?
see shit. I see stuff, but it's on the back of my eyelids. Who's that? Who's got me right now? But it's
Yeah.
kidnapped.
Yeah, you know what happens is while you're being kidnapped, a couple of Alana's risk control come over and they're a little bit concerned, like,
Please put down the Solarian.
Drop them right now.
This is my colleague who had a little too much to drink.
In which case, please
Yeah.
do not manhandle your colleague.
Loretta, let Orlin go.
Reluctantly, he puts Orlin down.
Are you okay?
Orlin turns around like, it was you who had me the whole time. I'm sorry. I thought you were kidnapping me.
So I recommend you get a drink of water, and sit down and have a rest.
I am 90% water. I'm fine.
I'm gonna ask the bar to cut you off the next few hours.
We were
Okay.
already cutting
Thank
him
you.
off. We've got a receipt and everything. We're good now. Sorry, officers. We're just trying to help our friend.
they walk off to the bar and they have a quick word with the Elcor.
I feel like I need a drink now. That's what
Whoever goes
DeVoe
over to the
says.
bar. Okay.
Orlin then takes out some random piece of junk that he has on him and just like tinkers with it.
Loretta is gonna walk to wherever you can view the ships and just kind of admire the ships.
Okay. It's mostly landing pads. It's mostly shuttles. There are some huge like lifters that are designed for bulk carrying. A lot of them are pretty hefty, slow beasts. Probably beneficial in the atmosphere here, considering that any lighter vessels get kicked around quite a bit, which is one of the issues you had with your shuttle. But as you kind of watch them coming in and going out, make them a perception roll.
Dang.
25. Because I have a
Okay.
+6 and rolled a 19.
Nearby, you can overhear a very slight conversation. It's very quiet. It's actually happening kind of below you, underneath your balcony, but you can just about hear what appears to be two troopers from Alana's Risk Control conversing. They can't see you because you're on the balcony above, which means that you can just about hear them. They don't think they need to talk any quieter, but you hear the...
Hear about Peak-13? No, what? They seem to be having some issues recently. Their commissary went offline. And? Oh, they had some malfunctions with their hot labs, apparently. And? Well, there, of course, was the question of whether that means we need to do a code omega or anything, but in the end, they reestablished communications and everything was fine. And that's concerning. Well, especially after last year of the Geth, everyone's on high alert. Well, it's a boring, barren world. Provided the Geth don't keep attacking here, we should be fine. Got many of them left. Yeah. Oh, looks like the Solarian's drinking again. Let's go.
Moving off towards the bar.
Peak-13's where we're going, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Lurda goes, well, that was lucky. And he'll keep it to himself for the time being.
DeVevo, what are you doing other than trying to protect your friends from doing dodgy things?
I think she would be doing something if she wasn't doing that. I think her, like, this whole thing has just been, like, her trying to get Blancmange to, like, stop soliciting people. Okay. And then trying to find, or trying to make sure Lurida's not trying to, like, gamble with people and then just trying to keep Orlin from drinking.
So in the moment after everyone's kind of wrangled a little bit, Orlin's over in a corner nursing a glass of water. Blancmange is being a little bit more discreet about the pamphlets, but still like sticking them under people's coasters. Lourdes now off at a balcony, seemingly intently listening. You're kind of taking a moment to breathe in. Someone steps up next to you, and just opens up with, So, you come here often? It's just a Tyrion standing next to you, red and white face markings. Very, very finely tailored suit.
She kind of sighs for a moment, but then seeing this is probably attractive. I'm not sure. Yeah, fairly attractive Tyrion. She's like, sorry, had a long day.
Yeah, well, I can imagine that. Especially being stuck here.
But no, I don't. Do you?
I've been working here a little while. They used to have a lot more going on until transport got a little bit curtailed because of the recent Geth activities. But hopefully they're going to start opening back up soon.
Oh, I heard about that. I thought that the most recent thing was a few years ago with
last year.
Peak-13.
15, yeah. But not all the Geth were destroyed at the time. Many of them actually retreated into the frozen wastelands. Been doing hit and run attacks on small convoys. There's only a few of them left, but they can still be annoying.
So just hit and runs?
Effectively. Don't seem to have any forces for anymore, and if they did, we'd find them and eliminate them pretty quickly.
Well, one of the other officers mentioned that is a little disconcerting, considering we're going to be driving out to one of the peaks momentarily once they get our ship ready.
Which one do you plan to go to?
13.
Genix Chemical.
Yeah, that's exactly where we're headed.
Strange bunch. There's a Volus who came through from there a while back. And that's the last person I've seen from there. Don't seem to have much contact with us.
Oh, what was the Volus doing?
I think they were sending off samples or something.
Do you see them around here often?
Oh, they're normally the scientists they send over when they need to confirm samples are being sent off to head office, I believe. I don't ask too much. Gen X, they'll do whatever they do.
Yeah, that tends to be the case. I usually just take the deliveries, you know.
Make a deception roll.
Okay. 26.
Okay. Well, you work for Gen X directly then, or you work for a subsidiary?
No, I'm private sector.
Right. You're all about coming on board of an actual proper corporation. Don't have to do the transiting so much.
Transiting can be fun sometimes.
Gonna meet certain interesting people.
I do. She looks around her companions. What about yourself? Sorry. Didn't mean to be so rude.
Oh.
What are you here for?
Well, I'm Cassius Narcissus. I'm in corporate acquisitions. And take my number if you ever consider your Omnitor gets their number. If you ever consider actually joining on to someone else, I can help represent you.
I'll keep that in mind. It's always good to keep your options open, right?
Very true. So, not long transiting. Plan on coming back anytime soon, or are you staying over at Peak-13?
Just dropping off something. And then should be on my way. At least that's the plan.
Well, if you do end up staying longer, hit me up.
Right. Will do. She smiles. She realizes this guy's hitting on her, I think,
Yep.
and she's just like, okay.
He moves along and slowly kind of like heads towards the bar before doing a circle of the room and then leaving.
Oh no. She keeps the number though.
Anything anyone would like to do before you transit?
I will relay the
I think I've
information
caused enough trouble.
about the Volus, because that has to do with our other mission that we did before, the previous, right?
That's your current mission.
Center?
Your current mission is to find out
The
who
actual
won
murder we're here
Yeah.
to solve.
Yeah.
Did we confirm that the Volus in question was Renuba, the victim?
Nope, they just said a Volus. That said, there are relatively few Volus doing scientific operations for corporations.
I didn't want to raise any suspicion by asking the name, but I'm assuming that perhaps that is the same Volus that we are trying to figure out information on.
A safe assumption, but when you assume, you make an ass of you and this one.
Well, they did mention that they came from Peak-13 as well. Which we did know. They didn't seem to have any other information on them.
Very well. Is Orlin sufficiently recovered?
I look at Orlin, who's been like taking something apart and putting it together. How you feeling? Slides over another glass of water to Orlin.
The advantage of the Solarian high metabolism will be this shouldn't last long.
I think I'm good now.
As this one suspected.
Also, I took this apart. Don't know how to put it back together again yet, but we're working on it.
It's like, giving a kid a toy to be like, just sit here and play with your toy.
I think he kind of has to entertain himself, otherwise he causes trouble because their brains are just like constantly moving.
Actually,
so he just tinkers with things, like take it apart, put it back together again.
Here's a player question rather than a character question. How close are we to a bio break, do you reckon?
I reckon like 2 minutes.
Oh, okay, good. I'll hold out then.
Because I was about to say, at which point, because of the magic of time, your comlink gets a ping saying that your transport is ready and to go down to one of the vehicle bays.
6 hours.
Bet it's not like one of those, when you go to a restaurant and they have those things that like vibrate and make a bunch of noise. Yeah, and light up.
All of your comlinks like just start vibrating. It's like, ah.
I really need to fix that.
Orlin's actually turned the vibration up to max, and their arm is just going.
Our shuttle is ready.
We head to our shuttle.
What you have in front of you as you go to the vehicle bay is a quite large 6-wheeled vehicle. Big, chunky tires designed to be able to go over some of the more compacted snow. The very large section at the back is where your cargo has been stored, and up front there is a tiny little cockpit. It looks more like a kind of like a light APC than it does a truck or anything. The harsh climate and prevailing weather and terrain of Novaria making it kind of a more risky proposition to use anything lighter. The thing itself is self-contained, air supply, etc., so that you don't have problems with extremely cold Novaria air just freezing you all to death. The power cells are good for a few days so that you won't ideally get stuck and then freeze to death. The route to Peak-13 is about a 13-hour drive, so you'll probably want to take that carefully or maybe even in shifts. But you are ready to go. There are absolutely no questions about your cargo. 0.
Awesome. I wonder if we could flip it. Do you think it flips, or do you think it doesn't?
It's well known for being very annoying to drive, but I actually personally love driving them, so I don't know what you mean.
Lurda would make sure that all of our gear and equipment and everything as far as cargo is accounted for.
Yep. As you're like kind of left your own devices, you get in, you go into the cargo compartment, you check, and you open one of the boxes, and yeah, all of your gear is there. You can equip it for the journey if you want. They did say the journey is dangerous, but if you don't want, you can just leave it in the box.
Blancmange is going to suit up. He's going to get fully armed and armored.
I think we do want to. They said it's dangerous. I relayed to them that beyond just the officers had saying it, that, you know, a few of the other people that I spoke to had mentioned it.
Lurda would simply say, perhaps we get a little bit out before we suit up.
Agreed.
Okay. So you roll out, park up, change, and then continue on. We're gonna time skip a few hours into your journey. Lurida, you're currently going over a rocky, icy mountain path. The area is kind of this long, circuitous route that goes around the edge of a mountain as you're trying to make height, as you're getting towards the top of the mountain range, which you can then take towards Peak-13. You notice in front of you kind of what appears to be a haphazard avalanche. It looks like there have been rocks that have fallen down and blocked the path, snow covering them, and the slight metal glint in places around this, what appears to be a quite obvious roadblock. To one side of you on the left, it plummets away down the mountain. On the right, there is a rise as it goes up the mountain. You're now approached with a situation. You can't really go forwards very easily, not without a little bit of work to clear the road.
He's gonna stop the vehicle as soon as he notices, and if I can, I imagine I grab my sniper. I'll use the scope to look ahead.
Okay. You'll need to pop the hatch to actually use the scope properly, but if you want to, you can.
Yeah.
Okay. You're hit by like a blast of cold air. Even with your armor on, you can kind of feel it coming through. As you have a quick look around, make me a investigation check. Perception also, but you could, that perception would be kind of different information.
Okay. Do I get any advantage for having the scope or anything?
No, it just affects what you can see.
Okay.
Like lowers the DC type of thing usually.
Effectively, for further away stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do investigation.
19.
19. Yep.
It looks like this is a definitely set up ambush. Someone has used kind of explosives to break part of the rock face further up and collapse it onto the road. Shouldn't be too difficult to move. A bit of shoving and a bit of use of the tow cable, probably like 20 minutes. But having a look around, you can see evidence of where people have probably dug in to try and use like an ambush on you. However, as you're looking, you notice that there are sections around this ambush where you can see broken bits of metal. And as you kind of zoom in with the scope, you can see that not only are they broken bits of metal, but they used to be humanoid. These are Geth that seem to have set up an ambush and then been destroyed somehow.
I would immediately close hatch, get back in, and say, seems we have an ambush set up. Geth may have set it up and then were destroyed. Maybe. Perhaps.
But people said that Geth were the ones that were setting up these ambushes.
Right, but it seems like the Geth did set it up, but I don't know if they're implementing. Also, important piece of information that I overheard. Apparently, 13 has been handling Geth stuff and has been having Geth issues. And they had their hot labs malfunction and comms went off for a while and they were considering blowing up the lab itself. But then the comms came back up and said everything was good.
And you're just now sharing this information with us.
I figured I would not share it when there are other ears peering while we were at the port. As this is information I overheard from soldiers.
Well, that changes things. We might be getting ourselves into a whole other...
incredibly suspicious.
Either way, we can't move forward without clearing this debris, so we have to trigger the ambush regardless.
As you say that, there is a sudden impact against the side of the vehicle, and the entire thing slews several meters towards the edge. The sound of rending metal as something presses against the hull and starts pulling across. You don't actually see anything break through, but there's a horrible screeching sound. The entire thing slews slightly. one of the back wheels actually going over the lip. And that's where we're going to stop for a break. We'll be back in 8 minutes. Feel free to enjoy some fan art and take a bio break.
Or make some fan art.
Make some fan art, and we'll be back shortly.
Yeah.
welcome back to Mass Effect CSEC. So, with that,
I just stabbed myself with my own nail. Sorry.
this is boding well for this combat. Just feel free to keep stabbing
I
yourself.
felt the need to tell all of you that.
I've scratched myself before, like trying to do something.
I have this like cut on my nose that I have no idea how it got there, and like I'm pretty sure I just like sliced myself in my sleep. Like
I have done that before. I've like scratched like near my face with, so it can happen.
Oh dear.
Self-harm.
Okay.
Through sleeping.
So, on that note, if everyone could do me a favor, as you're suddenly in your transport and it's smack to the side, roll me initiative.
Initiative 12. Oh, your initiative doesn't have like the dex
You have to
extra
select it on your
weirdness.
sheets.
Do you get any benefit for me having known something was going to happen?
No.
Maybe. Okay.
I select that on my sheet.
Please, you're not surprised.
I'll be rolling with advantage because of combat sensors. I'll just see if.
There's a way you can select it on your sheet if you go to like the back page.
Yeah, I'm looking to see. I won't bother with it really right now, but I'm just looking. Initiative, normal, no.
Initiative advantage. There you go. Select it for you.
Excellent. So it'll just automatically.
Yeah, it'll automatically do advantage from now on.
There we are.
Oh, you were talking to him, not to me.
Yeah.
Add dex tiebreaker to initiative. There we go.
It did not.
Oh, it did not. So let me try that again.
Select your token, then do it.
Oh, sorry about that.
It
on
did
one
not
sec.
roll with advantage. That is odd.
Very odd
Initiative
indeed.
style advantage. It should be doing it. Oh, roll it and let's see.
Okay. Let's see here.
It's 1.14.
Try it again. How about this time?
Nope, it
Nope.
didn't.
Nope, but you
your
got an 18 and
advantage
23. I'll add you manually.
Thank you.
Add custom label.
Oh, you also didn't select your your token and then roll initiative.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. But
If you do it
you're
again, it will pop you up on the screen.
always remember to click your dude. Click your
Yeah,
dude.
click your dude.
Why
Well, 'cause-
is your initiative 12.14?
It's for the
It's for the tie break.
dex tiebreaker. I was just talking about how it wasn't showing that, so I fixed it.
Oh, I almost never have it show.
I always have it
typically
show.
do, but
Oh,
Yeah, and all our D&D games we always do, so that's why I was like, oh, it doesn't have it.
Yeah, Blanc should be a 23.
oh, 23. Sorry. Okay. In which case, Blancmange, you are the first one to react as you find the entire thing skid to the side and you feel the back kind of swing out. The actual like hatch next to you is partly open from where Lurida stepped in, and you, as you said, you're all fully equipped.
So Blancmange just sort of says more to himself than anyone else. A literal cliffhanger. And is basically just going to, the intention is to pop out the top of the hatch with both guns readied and ready to fire on whatever he sees.
Okay, as you pop out the top hatch and look out, pulling out both guns, you notice that in front of you is what appears to be a huge grey-white mottled eel, but large. This thing is easily like 15 foot long and is probably like 6 foot diameter, with long spines along the outside that seem to waver up and down, and a very large maw that seems to be trying to chew on the back of the actual like vessel itself. As you kind of pop out the top, it brings the maw around to you, and you see all the like little teeth spine open, and the like spines on the side kind of wave a little bit.
Blancmange says, "Hungry? Eat this," and opens up with both submachine guns.
Okay.
So, and this will be a normal roll. Here we go. Here's the first attack. Miss, probably.
Yep, that completely misses, unfortunately.
Second attack. 16.
That is just a hit.
Very well. And here we go. Oh, not advantage, just normal roll. Submit. Oh wait, sorry.
No, you just need to click the name in the actual like, dice log thing.
Sorry, I meant to get damage there. Here we are. So this is on the 16 attack. 11 piercing with that.
Yeah, you see, like, the first attack goes wild as, like, it shimmers in front of you. The second attack, you spray into the side of its face, and it hits kind of the edge of the maw, and you see splashes of, like, what appears to be some sort of viscous kind of goo just splat away from it as it kind of rears up.
And you know what? Blancmange is a put it all on the table sort of Hanar, so adrenaline rush is going to happen too.
Okay.
And this will be the bonus attack.
That's why you rolled the extra attack. You just forgot to say it, so that's 20.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sadly not. You'll have to roll.
Dang it! I tried, guys.
21.
That is a hit.
10 piercing.
Okay, the second attack again, smashing into it as it reels back now into like the underbelly. Very little difference from the rest of it, as it's kind of like a very almost grayish white metallic sheen to it as its bullets smack in, and you see kind of this bluish purple gore just spit out at you.
As Blancmange has taken all this in and fired his 2 attacks that hit, he yells down the hatch, "We are going to need a bigger Mako."
Okay. Lurda, you're up.
You said this vehicle has some sort of tow hatch, right?
Yeah, it's got a hatch at the back beyond the cargo, one at the top, which Blancmange is currently just out of, and then hatches out the left and right from the cockpit.
Or I meant like a tow cable, because you were talking about
tow cable. Yeah, it does.
Okay, is it like a shooting tow cable, or is it like I gotta grab it?
It's just a in-place tow cable tied around something. I'm sorry.
You mean like a harpoon?
It's not a harpoon.
Yeah, ruins my idea.
Do we not have some big yellow barrel?
Mad Max harpoon style would be awesome.
Lurida is afraid of losing the vehicle, and is going to hop to the seat and try and pull it back off of this cliff.
Okay.
So he's just gonna get into the cockpit and take a drive to pull it, to make sure it doesn't fall off the cliff, because without this vehicle, we're exposed to the cold air and the harsh elements, and
I don't want to walk.
Quite a ways marooned right now, so.
Okay, make me a vehicle handling roll.
Can I use my, because I imagine this is a hard maneuver, I want to use my practice maneuver right now.
In the benefits of a hard maneuver is specifically a ship thing. Creatures on board your ship automatically. It's for like when you're doing a hard move that swings around and everyone on board has to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right, fine. Then I guess it's just a vehicle handling.
Mm-hmm.
Does this count? Oh, no, this is a space. Wait, no. Huh?
This is not avoiding enemy fire.
Gosh darn it! Fine, it's just a regular vehicle handling. I'll roll it. Oh!
Yeah, you managed to just about like gain enough traction as it kind of bends back and forth, kind of the swing on the edge, pivoting. You just about managed to gun it at the right point. It bites into the ground and accelerates forwards, solidly kind of like almost impacting the other side, but instead of going into like an impact and actually hitting it, you bring it into a slide and it just goes up against it. So you're now kind of up against one wall of the actual mountain as it goes up. There isn't any way to really get behind you now to pull you down the cliff or anything. The vehicle, for all intents and purposes, is good now.
Cool. That was a nat 20 for those listening. Total of 25.
Okay. That brings us to Devevo.
So, how many vehicles are there? Like, or how many enemies can we see?
How many enemies? You are currently inside. You can't see any, but you can hear Blancmange fighting one big one.
Okay. So I can't see any. I can't see anything.
If you move out, if you want to move out one of the hatches, you can.
Oh.
There are plenty of hatches to get out.
Okay. Yeah, I will kind of get a view on what's happening
As
then.
you step out the side, the cold air like hits you and your helmet like goes into place, etc. You can feel very cold outside, but as you look up, you see this kind of huge gray sky eel with spines down the side and a very large maw at the front. Do you have like nature isn't a thing in this one. I'm trying to think what it would be. If you want to
Science.
yeah, you know what? If
Survive.
you want to roll a science, you can see if you can identify it.
Okay. Or yeah.
Wouldn't take an action. This would just be like a reflective, like see if you know about it.
12.
It's probably one of the Novarian creatures that's adapted to the cold. You don't know very much other than like creatures in Novaria tend to be larger so they can retain their body heat better. Beyond that, you're not sure about what it is exactly, but it looks pretty dangerous, and judging by the fact it seems to be vaguely able to move around despite the bulk, is probably using Mass Effect fields to kind of nullify some of its weight so that it can probably even fly, judging by how it seems to be moving on top of the vessel.
Okay. And it's how big roughly is it?
It would be
Because you
classed
said
as
one
a
large.
large creature. So it occupies a 10-foot by 10-foot square.
I'm debating on like which kind of attack I should go for. And I can use my biotic tech on this, probably.
You can use your biotic power if you want.
Okay. I am going to use Reeve on it.
All right, paste it.
All right. And it is an instant cast. 50 meters. Are they like 50 meters?
Well
close
within.
enough? Okay.
Yeah, you've only just stepped aside the vehicle. They're probably like 15 meters away.
Okay, so close enough. I just want to make sure I could cast it on them. All right. They have
+7 to hit, so you rolled a 15.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems to like bounce off the side of the scaly hide as the bardic power just kind of doesn't take quite an effect. The actual bardic influence around the creature that seems to keep it levitated seems to just throw off your aim.
Okay. And then, yeah, I guess I have to. Guess that's all I get. Damn,
Okay.
that sucks.
Orlin.
This is a big boy. This is a big boy. I'm just double checking what invasion does.
I'm sad I missed.
Think it's what I want. It's attacking like our.
It was attacking the vehicle. It now seems to be paying attention to the strange pink blob thing that's popped out the top.
Blancmange. Cool.
Can I
Then
imagine
I'll.
it like a little like squeezed out like.
Yeah, let's go ahead and I'm gonna put up decoy. So DC
Okay.
15 wisdom save. So I summon a holographic copy of myself, basically like probably on the like away from us. So I think the range that I have, I didn't write it down, but what? Sorry, I'll double check what the range is. But it basically is a decoy of me. Each time the target attacks me with an attack, it has to make a wisdom check, and if it fails, it attacks the decoy instead.
Yeah. So as you step out like the rear, you can see this huge like gray-white thing just coiling around up top. And you kind of gesture with your arm tool, and up next to you go,
Look over there!
Another Orlin appears, going, look over there, and you kind of in time. Okay.
It's like, look at me, basically is what it is attempting to do. And that is my action.
Okay. Its turn. Yeah, looking down at the Hannah, you can see like a slight hesitation as it rears up. There's a pulsing inside of its skin. It's almost like things are being moved around underneath the hide. And then there's just a kind of a slow exhalation of a little bit of gas before and there's a roar of what seems to be liquid nitrogen blasting into you and into the vehicle itself, hitting you and Lurida. I need both of you to make me a con saving throw.
Oh no.
Is this me also?
No, you are outside. You're clear.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I got really high damage.
Oh my god. Is that 31 damage?
All right,
Yep.
I'll take a 19 con save.
I rolled really well.
That would like obliterate me.
Yeah, I rolled really well.
How'd I do? I don't think. No, I did not make that.
Okay,
Ooh,
Lurida,
no.
you take 15 points of cold damage. This does
Does
hit
it-
shield. So
Okay,
your
so-
6 shield, right? So your 6 shield will go to 0, and then you'll take 9 overflow. And Blancmange, you take the full 31, so your shield is 6.
I'm going to expend a superiority die to take that down to half damage.
Okay.
I also realized my drone goes right after me.
Okay, we'll get to your drone in a second then. So it goes down to 15 damage. That'll hit your shield for 6, and then 9 will overflow to your health.
Okay, got that. Okay, shield is gone. And then 9 health. Okay.
And that's the end of its go. We'll do the drone now.
Well, my drone's instructions are stand next to Blancmange and defend Blancmange.
So the drone gets hit.
Well, here's the thing. When a creature the defense drone can see attacks a target other than itself, it's an area attack, so I don't think it counts because it inflicts damage. But yes, that is. But that being said, the drone doesn't get hit now because now is when it pops up.
Yes, in theory, we'll do it on your turn view, but yes, okay, the drone is there now.
Is it a bonus action to summon your drone, or is it always there?
This drone is always there because I'm a drone jockey. Otherwise, it's a full action to summon a different kind of drone.
Gotcha. I was just curious because I forgot.
Yep. No, that's an excellent question. Yeah, normally it's a full action to create a different drone, but this one is my class feature.
Lurida, did you take the 9 points of health damage?
I did.
Wow, I can't tell on your health bar. You've got so much health. That's nuts.
I don't know if it updated. Well, yeah, I have 28 out of 38.
It doesn't show on his health bar.
Yeah, it hasn't shown yet.
It's become unlinked. Let me just fix that. HB.
There it is.
There we go. Still impressive though.
Yep.
That's what you get for rolling 2 less than max.
And you both of you both.
You're the reason why we all
HP.
roll. We're all like, maybe someday we too can achieve the perfection that is Lurida's health
And
bar.
I thought I was gonna like.
I
kill
rolled
both
a
of you.
1 on my HP for this next level.
Yep.
Yeah, but you did
Honestly-
re-roll that, but re-rolled into a 3. So
yeah.
Well, I'm curious with how much did you roll on that superiority die that reduced the damage? Because I didn't see a superiority die roll.
Oh, I don't have to. I just reduce damage. If it was AC, it would be. I didn't
It
get
just
to add it
spends
to
a
the
die.
AC. But
It works
because
differently
it's,
in
yeah.
Mass Effect than in normal D&D.
gotcha.
You're thinking like
Yeah.
normal D&D.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. So
Yeah.
And you reduced it by how many?
by half,
So it went from being 31 to being 15.
Oh yeah, that
Just-
was very helpful.
which
Yeah.
is a die well spent, I think.
You
Yeah,
basically
I
got
think so,
to
too.
make the same thing I did, which was 9 damage.
Yeah, after blowing my save.
Blancmange, speaking of which, you're up.
Okay, Blancmange is going to. Yeah, I think just attack again. That's what he knows best. So
Okay.
it'll be 2 shuriken attacks. 19,
That's a hit.
9 piercing.
Okay.
And I'm going to expend a superiority die to do extra damage on this one.
Okay.
So that'll be D8, I believe.
Yep.
Hold on a sec. Here's that D8. 1 extra damage. 10.
Okay.
And then the second shuriken attack from Gunslinger is going to go through.
That's a hit.
Nice.
Excellent. Now, can I only spend 1 die per attack sequence?
1 die
or
per attack. You can add a die to this if you want.
You know what? I might as well. 16 total.
Okay, you've done a lot of damage. Yeah, this time you spray into it and both attacks hit it bang on as it's kind of just about recoiling from that blast of air. Blood goes everywhere.
Now, can I use my move to duck in out of sight of its breath attack?
Its breath attack would probably still flow and fill the inside of the vehicle and do quite a lot of damage, so it's up to you if you want to move inside.
Yeah, you would have to actually close the hatch, which I believe is an action.
Would be an action.
Yeah, and there's also
You
the
know
other
what?
hatches on the vehicle as well, so...
I've still got a superiority die left. I'll just hang here.
Okay. That brings to Lurida.
You duck in, Lurida hops out.
Okay.
And I'm going to use my sniper. Well, actually, I'm going to I'm going to use my bonus action to use my tactical cloak before I hop out. And I'm not staying in the hatch. I'm actually going to step out onto the vehicle.
I was about to say, if you tried to walk further away, it'd probably get an attack of opportunity, but because it can't see you, you're not an eligible attack of opportunity. So,
yep, move away. And I'm going to take a shot with my sniper.
Okay, go for it.
So that should give me sneak, right?
You have allies close enough and you have advantage. Yeah, both the reasons you'd be good.
All right, let me hit with the sniper, please. 15.
Unfortunately, just a miss. 2 15s are advantage. Unfortunately, the bullet, as it hits it, kind of ricochets off the armor and the Mass Effect field. You see the actual trajectory curve as the, like, what would it be? The round? The round bounces away.
Well, crap. I'm visible now. I'm outside the vehicle. I moved as far away as I could, which was 10 meters.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's my turn because I can't hide or anything because I used my bonus action for the tactical cloak.
Eva, you're up.
Okay, so everyone's kind of popping out of the vehicle. Is that what's happening? Oh my gosh. I'm debating if I, like, should heal people. Probably, because you guys do more damage than me, probably. Well, my spells do a lot of damage if I can hit, which I'm really sad that Reeve didn't hit because it does a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, I think I need to heal. Since Blancmange is probably close.
I can also do that, and I go before the creature does.
Ooh, yeah, because you have, like, healing spell.
Yeah, I have first aid, so I can do that for Blancmange.
Okay.
Which probably makes sense.
Much appreciated.
I really want Reeve to hit. I'd like to try one more again, but I'm afraid if I
do it. It's cool.
It is cool if it actually does.
You know you are.
Okay, I will try again. I just hate wasting spell slot or, like, biotic tech slots.
They're not techs, they're biotic powers.
Biotic power slots, whatever. Okay, I try to hurl another orb. See if this one actually works.
11. Unfortunately, this time, as it heads towards it, you see it actually just break up as it hits the Mass Effect field around this creature, and the orb itself just kind of dissipates.
Come on, I got a +7 to this roll. Why?
I'm sorry, you're just really unlucky today.
I know. I'm just missing these. I'm, like, slinging orbs and missing.
Okay. I missed on advantage, so I feel your pain.
Oh, yeah, missing on advantage does feel bad, so I feel you.
Yep. Orlin, you're up.
Healing, please.
Yeah, Orlin, I will move over to Blancmange. I think Blancmange is still in the vehicle. I don't think I ever fully left the vehicle
of, like,
either.
the turret. You'd have had to get out to get that angle. No, you didn't go for a shot. You're still inside then. Yeah.
I just popped a decoy just outside the vehicle. So I think I'm still inside. So I move up to where Blancmange is, and I will use first aid with the improved healing. So you heal 15 points of damage.
Ooh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This one thanks you.
And that is my action. For my bonus action, do I want to use up another tech slot? Probably. I will stay next to you, and I will pop the defense matrix as my bonus action. So for 10 minutes, we have a +2 to our AC while the defense matrix is active. Doesn't necessarily help us with saving throws.
When you're inside the vehicle popping a defense matrix, does that actually help you, though?
What do you mean?
Because it's like a wall. You're walling yourself inside
Cover
of
doesn't
the
benefit you against melee attacks, but that's just +2 to your AC.
Okay. I was just curious.
Isn't it?
It basically counts as partial cover for 2 people, so it gives 2 people the +2
Okay,
AC.
in which case
I guess
it won't
that's the
work
question.
against-
This has been...
Yeah, it wouldn't work against melee attacks, because melee attacks don't use cover, only range attacks do.
And that's what these have been melee. So I guess maybe I won't do that.
Yeah, if you want to do something else.
The thing is, like, attached to the vehicle. That's why I got out and ran away.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair.
While she's thinking, could I use my bonus action to activate my barrier as well?
Oh yeah, that's a bonus action for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
a bonus action or action. You could use it for either. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'll just do first aid as my turn.
Are you staying inside?
I don't necessarily want to be next to this big honking
ice breath.
Yeah. The only thing is the decoy is useless unless it targets you.
Yep. So I will move out. I can't get its attention because I would need to have an action for that. Like I can't shoot at it or anything. So I'll just move away.
And Black Munch is making a very good target.
Do that next turn.
Okay.
Try to make yourself less of a target, Blancmange. I have a decoy for a reason.
All right, it's go. I'm gonna attempt to recharge. That's not recharging.
Hooray!
It's initiative.
Okay. It's going to.
I hope low numbers are good for the recharge.
Because DeVevo's nearby. I think I can angle to get DeVevo and
recharge is on a 5 and a
Blancmange.
6.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to like squeeze around the side around you, Blancmange. You see it like flapping these very short like spines down the side, and you see ripples in the air as it does so before turning, and then the same thing happens again. It can only catch either Luridor or DeVevo and you. So it's gonna catch DeVevo because DeVevo has attacked it repeatedly as opposed to Luridor who attacked it once.
Well, I didn't hit.
No.
So this is
No.
the breath weapon again?
This is the breath weapon coming up. Make me con saving throws.
But I'm out of the, because like we're getting out of the vehicle, right? Like that's our goal.
Yep. But it has a
I'm
spray
not-
effect,
okay.
and
It's like a
Blancmange is at
cone
the top.
attack.
Okay. All right. So even though we're like out of the, even though I'm like not next to the vehicle, it's
Yep.
still getting me. Okay.
You
con
will
save.
take half damage, so you'll take 11 points of cold damage, Blancmange.
I'm really
9.
good.
I take the full.
23. Do you want to pop a barrier charge?
I have to.
You've also got your shield as well, so bear in mind, like, it'll hit both.
Yeah, I'll
That
have
block
to.
doesn't.
I'll
Nope,
have to.
I did not
So
help.
Blancmange
I'll
does not.
roll 1d8.
Yep. Also, that's reduced to 19. You've got 10 shields, so it reduces your shield to 0, and you take 9 points of HP damage.
Yeah. 0.
As you feel this, like, icy breath of, like, liquid nitrogen blast over you, you can feel your armor begin to
Oh,
creep.
I need to make the con save.
I don't think my character sheet is linked to my thing.
Let me double check the
The
token.
drone.
Because I
The drone
changed my
saves.
shield. Or maybe
Oh, you changed your max shield, not your shield.
Oh, sorry. I see.
Oh yeah, did you do anything
There
with
you
the
go.
drone this turn?
It can't because it has a guard action, but it only works if it's not for AoEs.
Right.
Because it can impose disadvantage, but only if it's not also being attacked. It's
Right.
the shield guard.
And
I'll
it's
just
guarding
have it-
Blancmange, it also would be hit by this then.
Is it in melee range?
The 30-foot cone. How close is your
Yeah,
drone?
no. No, it's not in melee range because the drone is right next to Blancmange. I didn't think so. It succeeds on the save because I get a 22, so it takes. But I don't have a way of
Half.
11.
reducing its hit points. So
Just keep a note somewhere of how many HP it has left.
yeah, it's pretty beefy.
Right, that brings us to
Beefier than me, probably.
Blancmange.
Well, I think this whole all-out attack thing seems to be working out for Blancmange, so that's what he's going to continue doing.
Okay.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yep.
I love it. The trick is you just kill it before it kills you.
You're not in
Yeah.
the vehicle, right? You're like,
He's popped out the top, like he's out the top of the vehicle.
okay.
And I'm holding on to that other superiority die, so I'm not going to try to boost that. So that I think
Just
the
don't want
first
our
one
vehicle
misses.
to get wrecked.
Yeah, unfortunately, you see bullets like spray towards it, but they do start to deviate away from it, and they kind
All
of
right.
into
I
the
got
side
a
of the mountain.
flamethrower and I'm not afraid to use it next.
Booped.
That is a hit.
Okay. 11 piercing.
Okay. Yeah, this time the bullets spray into it, and although they seem to shudder, they actually hit, and you can see now, like, quite a copious amount of this purpley blue blood is starting to flood out of it and starting to crystallize in the air.
Gross. Love it.
Maybe it just decides to find an easier meal, maybe, huh? Maybe? I don't know. We'll see.
I feel like this is a territory issue. Like we're in its territory.
Can Blancmange sort of duck around anything to sort of, that he can see, get out of the path of its breath weapon if it fires again?
You could get out of the vehicle on the other side if you go in and out, but you would probably take an attack of opportunity because you'd be leaving melee range.
Not worth it. Okay.
Yep. Okay, that brings us to Lurida.
My teammates, at least one teammate's still in melee range, right?
Yes, Black Munch is in melee range, and the drone is really close by. Devevo's a few feet further away.
If Blancmange is in melee range, then by default the drone is in melee range.
And then Orlan's currently like inside in the cargo compartment at the back.
Cool. Bonus action, steady aim.
Okay.
I have advantage on my attack with my sniper.
Okay.
Please hit this time, Tyler. Think I hit.
Does that give you advantage on the attack?
I have advantage because somebody's in melee range.
Oh, right, yeah. Wait, do you get advantage from somebody being in melee range? You get sneak attack, don't you? You get advantage?
That right there.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that Shurians are amazing at that.
That was the very good synergy with the sneak attack.
Yeah. Okay, you get a 90 to hit. That's definitely a hit. Roll damage, and your sneak attack triggers on it. And on a hit, the weapon deals damage equals 2 plus half your infiltrator level.
Yep, so... it add the... Yep, it did add the +4. Yep, so that's the damage. 20.
20 damage. Yeah, the round goes bang and straight into the side of it. The entire thing. Hurt.
That's my turn.
Okay. Devevo, you're up. Covered in crystals of ice.
Is there anywhere for me to like get full cover?
Inside the vehicle. Otherwise, if you moved full move and then next turn as well, or you ran this turn, you could get up to where that like roadblock is, and that's got some big boulders that you could hide behind.
We're trying to stay away from the vehicle. Is that the goal? But Blancmange is still in it, right?
Orlan's in it. Blancmange just popped out the turret at the top, like the turret hatch.
Okay. I might just run back.
Oh no, I got
vehicle.
out. I left because I'm going to try and attack it next turn so that my decoy does something.
Okay. And Lurida is 30 feet away, shooting at it.
Okay. And how far away is the rock?
It'd probably be about 45 feet away. You'd have to sprint to it or move twice.
Okay. So if I move twice, I can get to it. Like if I take my full turn. Yeah, I'll take my full turn and run to the rock then.
Okay.
And get full cover.
Yep. You see Devevo just start sprinting off and then dive behind this kind of partial collapsed bit of rock face and avalanche. Okay.
And then as long as I don't take any damage,
you should.
For my next turn, my shield should come back up, right?
And it's unlikely you're gonna take damage. You haven't drawn attention to yourself. Okay.
Okay.
Orlan, you're up.
Orlan sees this big creature, and I found this program in CSEC.
Oh no!
It looked pretty cool.
Oh no!
It's a way to just like turn your Omni tool into a flamethrower, which Orlan was like, "Ooh, I should try this out. This seems like a perfect combat opportunity to give that an attempt." So I, as an action, like slotted an Omni gel and use my thermic overvent to deal some fiery damage, hopefully. Oh no. Okay, I missed on the first one. I do get 3 shots with this, and they're all going.
3 shots?
Are you able to target the same creature with the 3 shots?
Yep.
I believe so.
Scorching Ray. Yeah, you can.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's Scorching Ray. So I create 3 fires, range 24 meters. I hurl them at one or several targets.
Yeah, it uses up an auto gel though, so it's like, hey, I used a potion to burn you.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Unfortunately, the second one also
I feel
misses.
you on this.
21.
Oh, there, we got one.
I imagine it's like you're bringing it like bang,
Nope.
bang,
She's like,
bang.
wrong
There we go, bringing
calibration.
it
Oh
down.
gosh. Oh no.
He's getting used to it still.
Yeah. You see, it's
There's
like
a
the
lot of
Omni gel you
flailing.
put into like the slot on the Omni tool kind of like starts to fizz and bubble and then shoots out a flame. You kind of bring your arm down, shoot out another one, still misses,
nope, not
bring
quite.
it down
Wrong
again.
angle. Wrong
fire.
angle. How do you do this?
Then the kind of liquid gels
I
on
only do
fire
4
impacts
fire
against
damage.
it and flames burst over its body and it shudders. Unfortunately, I'm taking 4 damage. Sorry.
That was hilarious though.
It doesn't do
definitely
more
drawn
because it's
a
like an
lot of
ice
attention.
creature. It's not like vulnerable.
It was
to, like-
incredibly
ice.
dramatic for like
a little tiny bit of fire damage.
Yeah.
I also technically only have 1d6 uses of this a day, so let me just see. No, not a day, just until I can't use it anymore.
Yep.
One. That's it.
And it's there.
And it goes, warning, limit exceeded.
Oh, well, that didn't go quite as planned, but sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looked cool though.
It did
right.
look cool. Or did it look hot?
Hot. Yeah.
It probably got it.
It was
It probably got its attention anyway, and maybe that decoy
for
will come in
sure.
handy. Yeah.
For sure. That would get my attention. Something shooting giant flames of.
That was the entire plan.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
I think the program needs a little bit of work. I'll keep working on it. That's my turn.
What about
Drone?
your drone?
Drone is in melee range, so why not? It can go smacky smacky. It'll take a little bash attack. It gets
That's a
22.
hit.
Yeah, drone.
I hope the
does my
drone kills it. Let the drone kill it.
6
Come on.
bludgeoning damage. Go, Zap, go!
The drone kind of like bang, bonks into the thing, and it kind of shudders a little bit.
I will point out, Zap does have a bow tie still.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Right, it's go. I'm gonna see if it gets its power back.
Hopefully, I encouraged it to aim
Oh,
my
okay.
decoy.
Let me guess. It
DeFevo's
recharges at 5 and
moved.
6.
Yep, it recharges on a 5 and 6 very clearly.
By the way, I would have moved my full movement to get further away or
In which
wherever
case,
cover was.
Orlan, drone, Black Munch. Make me con saving throws.
Oh no.
I got this. I am good at con.
This thing does so much damage. You need to
I've
get in the
recharged
vehicle.
every
Get the
time.
fuck out of here.
Yep.
I'm dead. It's fine. The drone gets a 21 though.
The drone
Zap's doing great.
takes 12 damage. Blank Munch takes 12 damage, and you take how much is your shield? Is your shield 10 because you took the personal
My
shield?
shield's 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
You take 15 damage after shield gone.
Oh boy. Okay, so my shield is. Nope, that's the.
Blancmange ain't long for this
one.
world.
How much HP is he on?
I got 5 left.
Okay,
Even
that's
with
still
the
positive.
Did you add the 15 that Lauren gave you too?
Oh yeah,
Yep.
that's been taken into account. I've been breathed on a few times.
Oh my gosh.
Blanc has been breathed on 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
It's then going to
Oh, I should very clearly have done that.
probably stay still
Oh, well.
as it sees the Blancmange is starting to like crystallize, the very squishy Hanar form, the eternal water starting to actually freeze. Okay, just gonna stay still. Blancmange, you're up.
All right. Blancmange says to this thing, "Don't get too excited."
Wait. Devevo, your shield isn't back yet. It's your turn.
I know, but my turn. No one else. None of
Oh,
my
no, but
companions
it
are
needs
going
to be
attack
down
me.
to the overlay.
Oh, okay.
All right, you're up.
Blancmange is?
Yep.
Blancmange looks at this thing and says, "Do not get too excited. This one always keeps his cool," and fires both shurikens.
Okay, give it a go.
How's that? That's a hit. Here's the damage. 9 piercing. Let's see. You know, I've got 1 superiority die left. Why not spend it on this? See if we can amp the damage a little. 7. There we go.
Nice. That's a good roll.
So that's 16 points of damage with the first attack. Here comes the second one. And I have no superiority die left to boost this, so let's hope it hits. Did I go through?
Yeah, that's a hit as well.
17.
Great. 12.
Okay, that's a lot of damage. Okay.
So yeah, a total of 28 damage on that go round. No, 20. Yeah, 28.
Okay. That hit.
I think that's it. Now, as you said, there's no way for him to get out of the range. Like, he can't duck back down the hatch to get out of the range of its breath or
Its
anything.
breath
can he?
would just fill the inside as it goes in.
That's if it attacked him. Like if he's no longer directly in front, yeah, he might as well try.
You would also take an auto opportunity, leaving melee range. Bear that in mind.
Then I won't do. I will not do that. I will not do that. Not with my 5 hit points. I won't.
Okay.
Cool.
Lyrida, you're up.
Great. Great thing about steady aim is it lasts for a minute unless I switch targets, so I still have it. Part 2, I have double tap on my sniper, and I have advantage because you're still in melee range, so I'm taking 2 shots.
Go for it.
22.
That's a hit.
All right, we'll roll damage first. 20.
Okay.
Again.
Yeah,
This
this
thing's
round
soaked up.
smacks into the side of it, a huge chunk being taken out, and you can see it start of coiling awkwardly now on one side.
Cool. Here's my second attack. 20.
That's a hit.
And 16.
This time, as it coils around to look at you, the first shot getting its attention, mouth opening wide, and you can see bristling like little teeth all the way down in kind of serrated circle pattern. You just aim and bang, the round goes straight in the mouth and explodes within it. Gore splatters everywhere. The Hanar is covered in blood and viscera as the thing just collapses everywhere. It is very much dead. Your shields go beep, 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 beep. And you now have your freedom back.
And Lorida just simply says, "Good. Your breath stunk."
Blancmange actually turns to Lurida and goes, "Nice work, Lurida." And then immediately begins applying Medigel or whatnot because he is not in good shape. This one requires a short rest.
Lurida smiles and went after climbing back into the ship, tosses a rag to Blanc.
Yeah, Blancmange will be wiping his armor off and whatnot, but mostly just drinking some hot chocolate or something, trying to get warm.
That was cold.
If you want to take a short rest now, you can do. Again, you're in a vehicle that's kind of nice and warm inside when it's sealed, so that's not a problem.
Yeah, I feel like a short rest is a good idea. We have hit dice and we have Medigel, so I'm going to use.
But bear in mind,
dice.
Medigel is like a precious resource. Try not to spend it when you can. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll use my hit die.
Or when you're setting it on fire.
I'll use my
We
hit
have
dice as well.
3, right? Yeah.
We have 4. You have 1 per level.
4. Mine. I think I didn't update it.
Okay, 10. I'll just use.
Oh my
these 3 of them.
god. I rolled so bad.
Lurida's
So I
gonna
get 16, so I'm back at full.
he's gonna work and set up the tow cable and try and clear the area.
Not a problem.
Is there a specific
Shields go up in,
here we go.
in a short rest?
Your shields go up after the first few seconds of it, yeah, because you're not in combat anymore. Also, your barrier will go down after the minute.
Yeah, my
and
barrier
if you
will-
want to just do your heal ups, etc.
My drone also has hit dice, so I'm just gonna go ahead and those.
I still have 1 use. I don't think that refreshes after a short break, but I'll double check.
I think it's long.
Oh,
Everything for
sorry.
you is long, I think.
This should actually be. I just noticed that Blancmange is rolling D4s. It should be D10s, shouldn't he? He's a soldier.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it should be.
Okay, can I just roll?
A short rest before you can use it again.
Just re-roll. So if you go into the settings, you just need to say
Yeah.
I
the
think what your
gearbox next
hit
to spells. And
dice
it's on the
are.
top left.
Done.
Here we go. Thank you. I'll re-roll those. Blancmange. Come on, you.
I'm debating if I use another hit die or not.
46.
Oh no, it's still rolling a
He'll
d4.
roll a D4.
That's really weird. Okay, I'll just roll 4d10 on the side here.
Yeah, roll it on the side, and
Oh.
I'll have a quick poke at your sheet.
You should also do plus your con.
7.
I found it.
14.
I used
plus-
3 die, and I've got 1s on almost all of them.
Wow.
I still don't have max HP. I'm like, should I use my 4th die?
22.
Depends on how much you're off. If it's less than 4, then
if it's more than
what
4,
if
then
your
I'm-
max HP is only 17?
I think, honestly,
Bark.
Maggie makes a very compelling argument for needing every HP she has.
Mark, are you adding
That's
your
very
con
fair.
as well? Because your hit die should be a D10 plus
gotta
your
use
con.
it.
I have no con bonus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I had
Sorry,
to use all.
Mr. Turian, I've got all the HP. Not everyone's as lucky.
I'm sorry.
I have a good con bonus. A
Listen,
reasonable at least.
I'm setting up to clear the path instead of resting right now. So
Yep.
Yeah,
Appreciate
I had to use all 4 of my hit dice, but I'm nearly back up to full health.
I had to use all 4 of mine to get up to full health HP too. How much?
I still have several more uses of first aid, so
Yeah, I have like 6 Medi gels, so. Well, 4 technically, because what we can carry on us.
Yeah. But as you three are sitting there having a hot chocolate or whatever, I guess for Blancmange, it's like take the dome part off, make sure the hot chocolate isn't too hot, and then just pour it on to experience it.
Oh wait, yeah, I'm not a D4. It was rolling D4s for me too.
Yeah, you need to
Yeah,
go set
you're
that to
a
D6.
D6.
Undo
None
your
of them are
HP and
D4s.
then redo the rolls. You statistically should roll much better.
Ooh, let's try that
Throughout this,
again.
while you're all resting, Lurida is
rolling
judiciously
D4s,
working on
Maggie.
improving everything.
Maggie, it's still rolling D4s.
I know I haven't rolled yet.
I think she's updating her sheet.
Yeah, I was updating my sheet.
Oh,
There we go.
I just saw
Much
the
better rolls as
roller
well.
That wasn't there before.
Yeah, I don't think I'll need to use all 4 of them. I was at
That's nice.
8.
With some time spent, you managed to clear the path and shift the giant frostfang worm carcass off the top of your vehicle. Your vehicle certainly has seen better days, but the blood has begun to crystallize and formed little sheets of like bluish purple ice that seem to spark with an almost metallic hue.
Ooh.
Looks pretty, actually.
I'm gonna just take a sample. Don't mind me.
I was gonna say, I wanted to see if I could carve anything off of it with my Omni blade, and
You need your trophy.
it's armor or something. He's trying to think of something that could be of use that we could bring to the lab and use as like, we did a good job. You can study this now.
I think they are. You would understand that they're probably fully aware of the biological life forms on this planet and probably has been studied already, considering it's on their doorstep.
I love the idea though of like taking a thing and throwing it into a group of scientists, being like, "Go study," and they're like descending upon it.
Mine!
Research.
These all
Well, it's
Skexis
appreciated.
scientists, or yeah.
Yeah.
Then if in that case, they'll take a tooth off of it and toss it to Blancmange. Here for your stories.
Yeah, Blancmange will take this like, interesting, yes. And as he does this, Blancmange floats over to Lurida. This one meant what this one said. That was good work, Lurida.
And he'll respond and just say, no need to speak of it, but it's appreciated.
I lean over to Orlin and I'm like, maybe we don't have to put them in a room together. This is working out well.
There's a nod.
Bevo, are you suggesting we have more life and death encounters with giant worm creatures? Because I'm sure we could find a way to, I don't know, attract them to us somehow.
It might be the solution.
Maybe next time we do it where we're not there and getting hurt as well.
I
Best
like
part
this.
about this is they never said they didn't respect each other. It just was about.
I know, but like from
Yeah.
our perspective, we're like, I just love it. It's like the
Seems like you hate each other, and it's there's a lot of awkward tension.
and Orlin and I have
feel
been
like
trying to
Orlin's
figure it
read
out.
some fanfic, and then they were roommates and they went to the academy together.
Yep. Yep. And one of them was the bear.
One of them was the bear. Yep.
I think there was an actual bear. In
Sure,
involved
that too.
somewhere. And of course we can get our heat sinks back to.
Yeah, your heat sinks will be fine now. Okay. Carry on.
Cool. Bird
yes.
is back to driving.
Takes you another 2 hours to get to the top of the peak and then take the route from one peak to the next. But in front of you, you can see the form of Peak-13 looming up. A large grey building that is vastly sunk into the actual rock itself. The actual area on top consists of only about 3 floors, but you can see that it actually goes down quite a way as it actually impacts the side around and very sheer sides of the cliff that is on, all the way into the bedrock itself. Made of what appears to be kind of like a mix of ceramics, steels, and concrete. It's a very utilitarian building. But as you start making your way there, you do notice there are personnel walking around, weapon emplacements, and a few guns. Alarmist risk control services apparently in operation defending the place, as most installations have their own defense force or have contracted out to others, mostly alarmist risk control. As soon as you get within range, your radio does start. Let me find the button.
I was going to say Lurda stops before we get in range and just says, perhaps we should lose our gear and put it back in the box.
Probably wise.
Yeah.
Blancmange will keep one of the predators with, because it's probably pretty obvious that we've encountered this frosthide, right? Like there's damage to the ship and whatnot.
There's damage to the thing, but it's debatable how maybe you'd have just driven off or something. The question is like how you would have a pistol if you've just come through port security when they pistols. But you could easily still have that bag that has concealed compartments next to you.
Yeah, I think maybe keeping that handy might be good.
Yeah.
And Blancmange has most of his weapons in that bag, right?
You have 3. If you need 4 slots, you can have 4 slots. I don't.
Yeah. All
if
4
you want
slots
all 4.
then. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I won't bring my pistol in it.
Honestly, I would rather have your pistol because it's a silencer.
Oh yeah, I do have a silencer.
You can always let Blancmange use your pistol.
And Blancmange, you can use it too. Yeah. It's an M11 suppressor. But yeah, it makes it so that it's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
The great thing about this is we're going to coming in and clearly your driver is injured, so...
It also has double tap and yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pretty solid gun.
Yeah, so it's a good gun.
You put 2 SMGs, a Predator, and the M11 into the bag. Fill it with cables and stuff. It's hard to detect them actually being there at first glance. The rest of your gear goes into the crate. And with that, you head back into range of the comms relay, at which point you get...
We're detecting you on approach. Who is this, and what is your business here? This is Peak-13. This is a restricted area.
Hi, Peak-13. We are here to deliver a package. Looked like it was rush delivery.
And over your clearance codes? We are expecting something.
I hand over our clearance codes.
That checks out. Continue on your route.
It's like 8675309.
Oh, you transmit it. There would be no way that you would have like it memorized. It'd be like a complete hash string or something. Yeah.
Come on. Let's try to troll. Okay, sure.
Oh no, it's not like password 123. No. They're paid way too much for that here.
Gotcha.
So, as you make your way to the front, you come up to where there's like a big concrete awning, several like large stanchions keeping it aloft, moving underneath it. You notice there's no shuttles or anything here. Everything is a ground vehicle, and the ones that are around, there's not many of. There's probably, including yours, 3 tractor trailers, and there's probably an open bay where another 2 would be that aren't there right now. The actual air itself is heated by these big IR lamps overhead. And as you dock up, there's a as your actual like power relay makes contact to recharge your power cells.
Loretta would actually make a point at this point to turn to Blanc and just say, "This is not the time to tell that story."
Bob sort of nods gently. and begins getting all like the tea stuff together for his cover story.
And we'll park or pull in wherever we're supposed to go.
Okay. You're indicated by one of the alarms risk control persons to like go towards a certain bay, and as you park up, you can feel like there's a clunk as the power relay makes contact. Mass effect fields kind of take a little bit of the load, and you can kind of feel that the vehicle is now kind of locked in place. More so, you also realize that the vehicle is locked in place and can't move. just in case you happen to be doing something dodgy.
Well, let's hope you can talk real well, DeVevo.
We shall see.
Your vehicle is parked.
All right, we head out to deliver said package.
So yet again, DeVevo takes the lead and opens the hatch. Didn't go well for her last time, but this time she's armed with her specialty, talking. As you open the hatch, you notice a few Alliance Risk Control personnel nearby. They don't seem to be paying too much attention to you. Unlike at Port Hanshan, where they're very much on guard at all times, here they seem a little bit more calm. They're sort of glancing over in your location nearby, but they're not risking like pointing guns at you or anything. No one actually comes up to you initially.
DeVevo just like nods her head if someone looks in her direction, and then just heads through like where she assumes that she needs to go.
There's a set of double doors, and as you go up to them, you realize that they can't really be opened from the outside very easily, not without some sort of clearance. But about 10 seconds later, they do open, and what you see in front of you is an Asari. Very dark blue, almost like purplish freckle type. They're not freckles, but they're like markings on the face. Kind of a black and white kind of corporate suit. And she looks over and very haughtily kind of looks down her nose and says, "Ah, you are bringing the repair parts we need. Thank you. Who are you for?"
I am DeVevo. She just goes through each of the names and kind of goes through.
Oh, please
what we're here
introduce
for.
me. I'm interested to see who comes.
She introduces each of them as they walk in.
Would you like some tea? This one has prepared it specially. Asari palates find this most pleasing.
Right. I appreciate the offer, thank you, but I will pass. And who are you two? Turning towards Olin and Lurda.
Orlin, scientist.
Electronics, Lorda.
Your files are interesting and in order.
We should have all our documentation.
I'm ready to get to work.
Where can we put our
Okay,
personal
well.
effects?
Let me show you. She
Lord,
turned
it's
and
one-
started walking.
Lord,
This one
that's
also-
great. Sorry, go ahead.
This one also has biscuits available, if that would be to your liking.
She graciously kind of nods but rejects them. Let me bring it up.
She rejected your biscuit.
Sorry.
This
My
one has
name-
jammy Dodgers. Jammy Dodgers.
I'm sure your dodges are jammy enough. My name is Jeline Miloto. I'm in charge here. Head researcher of this facility. You have come at an interesting time. We have some unfortunate power fluctuations that we're trying to get to the bottom of, but we can still find you some housing. Yes, Orlin.
Be happy to take a look at any electronic systems that you might have. I've definitely been branching out into some mechanical engineering.
That
Happy
is
to
very
help.
gracious of you. I'm sure we'll take advantage of your skill set forthwith, but for the time being, we'll find you some accommodation and we'll move on to more pressing matters soon after.
Yes,
is
I'd
unusual.
like to. Sorry. Yes.
Oh no,
I'd
Lorda,
like
please
to.
go ahead.
Oh, apologies. Much apologies. I was just simply saying we had a bit of a rough trek, if you couldn't tell by our vehicle.
Yes, I saw the marks as you pulled in from our surveillance. What kind of trouble did you encounter?
Just merely wildlife along the road.
DeVevo explains exactly the creature that we encountered.
Yeah, Lurda's basically saying the truth, so he doesn't have to lie.
This one was so scared.
It's fortunate you managed to get away. Those frost hides
Frostbite?
can be quite dangerous.
It was. But fortunately, we are here now.
Yes. With that, she gets to, like, a place in a corridor that seems relatively nondescript and no different from several others, down a few floors and round into what appears to be a very communal housing area where there seems to be just makeshift room after room after room that all seem to be, at least from the outside, the same, cut into the ice itself and then concreted around. She comes up to a doorway. This will be your housing for the moment. There is a separate room across there for Devevo. I am not sure where you would wish to be situated, Blancmange.
This one will go where this one is required. Jaffa cake?
I am not sure what you refer to by this Jaffa cake that you refer to, but I will try one at another time.
Hmm.
Chocolate
In which case, if you would
We
mind
pull out all the
bunking-
weapons out of the thing, which no, I'm just kidding.
In which case, if you don't mind sharing a room with Devevo for the moment, we're currently bunking 2 on 2.
Very well.
And with that, she brings up Omni Tool, sends over the passcodes to the doors to your Omni Tools. You both get access to one room, the other two, the other room.
Florida is like frowning at the fact that he's like, it could be worse, but Orlin better not mess with this stuff.
The thermal cutters you brought will be useful for expanding our facility, at which point we expect to be able to change our bunking arrangement to single rooms each. I'm sure you will be happy to not have to spend as much time in close proximity.
Yes. She just says straight and curt. She's imagining having to share a room with Blancmange.
You'll probably just have to watch a lot of Blasto, but that's about it.
Be like, do you really need to watch that right now? I'm trying to sleep. Although we don't really plan to stay here that long.
We'll begin your onboarding in the next few days. Do you have any questions in the moment?
Out of character.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Lorda would say, access key cards to where we will be working.
We will give you Omnitool codes that will provide you access to your locations shortly once we have onboarded you. Unfortunately, due to the minor issues with some of the equipment, which you have brought spares for, some of the labs are currently off limits, but once we have them up and running, we will be happy to oblige.
Understood. Just ready to get to work after a short rest.
Do I need to roll some kind of insight check to know if she's trying to cover something up with what has happened recently?
Sure. While you're at it, I will ask everyone to roll me a performance roll, but with advantage.
So it's a 14 for insight and use a performance roll.
13 performance.
21.
Okay.
Great at performance. Don't worry.
Ooh, everyone did good.
Okay, so your median roll is 15.5.
13's better than, it's not bad.
She seems very calm, but there is a slight edge of concern about you. Like she's maybe irritated or frustrated that you're here at the moment. But she seems to have come to terms with it. Like, it's very
Orlin's
minor.
just used to that, just assumes it's like how most people are like, I'm glad you're here, but I'm also kind of irritated by your presence.
Devevo will kind of once everyone's kind of going into their rooms, go over to her to the side and say, her name was Julian?
Janine Maloto.
Janine.
I will print it in chat for you.
Oh, that'd be great. And I just broke my pencil.
And she is in charge of Peak-13.
Ah. Oh, I spelled it right. Yay.
Oh, I didn't have an apostrophe in there.
Janine, I don't mean to, be pushy or anything like that. It seems like maybe our presence is a little frustrating for you or something like that. We're just here to help. I'm sorry if my companions were a little more eager than you're probably hoping for.
Yes, I have a lot on my plate right now with running this facility, so one more thing to deal with is not ideal, but we will finish onboarding you when we can, and then you'll be part of Peak-13 properly. We can talk more.
Well, whatever we can do to help, please let us know. I'd like to take things off your plate instead of adding things onto it.
Very well. I'm sure that we can hook you up with our lead researcher to be able to give you some more information soon, although he is currently busy.
I could go talk to them myself if that would make things easier on you.
Maybe in a few days' time. They are currently very busy, and we do not want to cause more issues. But we can still have you onboarded in the next few days without too much worry.
Right. In the meanwhile, what would you like us to do?
If you could just acclimatize yourselves with your rooms, and we will make sure that someone is sent by shortly to give you the beginnings of the training regimen and acclimatization with at least some of the facilities.
We'll await that. And when would they arrive, roughly?
Shortly.
Right. And I do recommend some of those Jaffa cakes that Blancmange was mentioning. They're quite delicious.
Very well, I will ask about them later.
She
That
smiles.
said, we'll let you get on with your business. Loretta steps in and is like, no need to talk more. I don't want to try and deceive any longer.
No, I'm good. This was when you guys were already in your rooms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She's just trying to I was trying to see if I could get more information out of her, but
No, you're good. You're good.
she's not budging.
When DeVevo comes back to the room that she's sharing with Blancmange immediately says, "She did not take the Jaffa cake. I do not believe we can trust her."
I did talk to her about the Jaffa cake, and it seems like she might be interested when she has more time.
Perhaps we do not need to kill her then.
I think we should avoid doing any of that if...
That was a joke, DeVevo. Lighten up.
I'm sometimes not sure if you're joking or not.
I like to keep... This one likes to keep you guessing.
Yeah, but it's not good when I'm really need to know in the situation. It's like when you shoot a shot and you're like, that was to warn you, but really it wasn't, and then a fire starts. It's just not good.
It is all right, DeVevo. I am just bursting your testicles.
But I don't have testicles. Never mind.
I speak metaphorically.
Right.
Meanwhile, over in Orlin and Lorita's, no, your side's over there. Stay on your side. Stay over there.
But I just have so many things.
No, your side over here. As while he's also trying to check the room for listening devices or cameras.
You're just tossing out random pieces of electronic equipment. You're like, how did you even get that stuff? I just found it.
Okay, Lurida, make a perception or electronics roll, depending on which way you want to go about this.
I'm going to do perception. Oh my god.
Oh no.
That 1-7.
I mean, you don't find any cameras. You don't find any listening devices. You barely find your bed.
I feel like as you're looking around, Orlin's like, what are you looking for? You trying to find... You already told me what side of your room is your side of the room.
Listen, you're distracting me. I'm trying to find things that shouldn't be here that might be paying attention to us.
Huh.
Lurida's trying to say it in a way that's not conspicuous, but obviously is conspicuous.
Takes Orlin like 3 beats to actually get what you meant. Can I do like an investigation in the room to sort of thoroughly like spend a fair amount of time just like digging through stuff? I feel like for Orlin, it's like maybe the previous occupants of this room left behind something interesting is the actual intention, but...
Yep, make me an investigation roll.
Okay. I get a 21.
Damn.
Okay. Also make me an electronics roll off the back of that, just real quick, just to get a gauge.
Sure. 16.
Okay. Yeah. Initially, as you start going through the room looking for something, you notice that, well, there are a few things with this room. Firstly, it appears that the bed sheets, while having been washed recently, you notice that they're a little bit frayed, like they're old. Like, they're not old, but they've definitely been used or anything and repurposed. There's also a slight, very slight mark on one of the walls, which appears to be recently washed off blood. It's small. It's not like someone was like riddled with bullets against the wall, but maybe like someone had like their head bashed into a wall like a nosebleed, or they cut their hand and put it on the wall or something. There's a slight mark of blood that seems to be washed off relatively recently. You also notice that in a couple of places, there are fiber optic cameras, very, very tiny, in the room, along with a couple of listening devices, as well as another listening device, which is even better hidden.
Huh. I think Orlin goes through and just like points all of these things out. He's smart enough to know not to like say that he's found anything. In or at least to try and be somewhat inconspicuous. So it's like, oh, that's interesting. And like sort of glances Lurida's attention over there. Is there enough of the blood to even get an idea of what species it would have belonged to?
I would say yes. I mean, you've got pretty advanced technology. If you could get a swab, it'd be good enough. So yeah, there is also the standard. There's 2 beds in the room. There's a little like rack for clothes, etc., as well as a terminal. So yeah, if you want to give the blood a little bit of a swab, are you trying to do this stealthily to the feet?
I mean, sure, we'll try and do it stealthily.
Make me a stealth roll.
It's not Orlin's forte. A 13. Okay. So at least it's not the most obvious.
Yeah, you're like back against the wall and you like put your hand behind your back and you're like, I'm trying to swab it.
Just like, my back itches so much.
Okay, and then you manage to get like a little bit of a sample. Make me a science roll.
Excellent. 15.
Yeah, the blood is most likely Solarian. Solarian male, probably about 30-something years old.
Orlin's face just like is the most concerned you have ever seen his face probably be. And then I think he just sends it over to you on your Omni tool. It's like, well, I don't know what happened. Are they gonna target me?
Stop. You're being hysterical.
My back still itches.
Everything's fine. We just need to rest. Perhaps we should go talk to our friends across the hall.
Orlin's also like, there might be bed bugs. Just be careful.
Oh, okay. As long as there's no other pests.
Didn't find any.
And then he'll walk across the hall and knock on their door.
Okay.
Check to see who it is, and then
yeah, the little light display that comes up shows you who's on the outside of the door, and it's Orlin and Lurida.
I open it up for them.
Yeah. Your room, Devo and Blackmonge, is basically the same, except it's got 1 bed and a tank.
Awesome.
So have we discovered this information about the listening devices yet? Or
did you send it to their devices as well? Okay. In which case, you'd have got it pinged onto your Omni tools.
Oh, I was going over to verbally say it. I forgot you could just send stuff via Omni tools.
It's like you've got mobile phones. Weird.
Having been alerted to this, Blancmange is going to take the opportunity to speak loudly about Blasto movies and that sort of thing, and lots of quotes from Blasto movies and things like that.
Sure.
No.
Perhaps our personal effects are a bit disorganized right now. Larita's trying to like hint at stuff, but doesn't know how to do it because he's not charismatic at all. So he's like, I think there might be some frozen bugs that have gotten into our gear.
I think DeVevo looks at him and is a little confused about this frozen bugs in his gear, but realizes where he's getting at from the Omni-Tool conversation or messages that she got from Orlin. Can we message each other via like text?
Yeah.
Okay. I think she will text that perhaps we should keep things messages contained between us four.
He'll simply say, he'll simply hear Blanc talking about Blasto movies and being like, that stuff's fake, and gets into an argument while he's like typing to you.
Yeah, like I think we're out loud having a conversation about Blasto, and then in our head or like on our comms tools talk, like having a different alternate conversation.
Have we located the listening devices and cameras in our room?
No.
Oh, then investigation roll or?
Yeah, if you want to investigate.
I just assume we have some in our room.
Okay, if you want to blank one.
Actually, somebody who's good at this should probably do it. And then he types that out. It's like, I'm never good at this. But I guess he could try. Why not?
It'd probably be Orlin or probably Orlin.
Probably Orlin would be the
I think I'm the only one with that investigation train. Orlin didn't initially go over to the other room, but if you ask him to come over, he totally will. I think he was probably trying to like come up with some sort of idea about hacking the cameras or something, but I don't think he got very far. So he walks over. And
I think
like,
Blancmange is not even going to bother with the investigation. More, it's like, gesturing to Orlin to come over.
When you say that, I think DeVevo opens the door and like Orlin's coming out and DeVevo's like, we're having an argument about Blasto. We need a science perspective, another science.
Well, I can assure you that nothing is scientifically accurate about those movies, but I'm happy to engage.
I was saying. Your messages are going, we're probably bugged. Can you come over and check?
Yeah.
Win 11, now you know what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
You find exactly the same again. It's 2 cameras, 2 listening devices, and a better placed listening device. But again, now you're kind of aware and looking for them. It looks like they were placed kind of in the same way and also kind of with a rush job. Like they aren't bored properly into the wall. They're kind of placed and then attached to the terminal.
Interesting.
So it looks like someone's probably done this with a little bit more of a rush job than being prepared.
And I will relay that in our Omni-Tool, or like our discussion amongst the 4 of us privately, that it seemed like Janine was suspicious of us or something of that sort, maybe frustrated.
Orlin looks around. I can't imagine why.
Larita messages and just says, I imagine this is standard and they like to know what the scientists are doing. Perhaps this is why we found our person dead.
We have a police database, but I guess we're not nearby. Can we not do that through our Omni tools or anything like that? Like scan a blood test?
Oh, that was already done.
Yeah,
anything you try and connect to the outside world will go through Peak-13, etc. So unfortunately, you can't really get access to that right now.
That's what I was talking about. Through our police database.
Instinct would be, or sort of wonder is like, who are they actually replacing, right? They're coming in as new scientists, clearly replacing old scientists, and what happened to them, and who were they?
Yeah. Okay. I think that's where we're at.
While you're having that conversation, you hear outside, "Hello? Hello?"
I look out. I see who's out there.
It appears to be a relatively young Solarian, mottled green with kind of like a beige area in the top of their head and up the top of their like nubs, looking very like into the camera with one eye blinking.
I open the door.
Hello.
Hi, can we help you?
I am Atot Ennis. I am here to introduce you to the facility.
Oh, perfect.
A tour?
I am in charge of personnel.
Do you watch Blasto by any chance?
I hate those films. So unrealistic.
That's exactly what we were conversing about before you.
I don't know. Sometimes it can be really nice to have just an escape from the rigors of reality.
But yes, of course.
We're ready for a tour, right?
Very well. We can do a tour. If you would like to follow me, feel free to ask questions.
Who was here before us?
Are you referring to Janine?
Oh, no. We're coming to replace another crew, correct?
Oh, who had your rooms earlier?
Yeah.
The one over there?
Gestures to Orlan and Lurida's room. That used
to be my room, and the other room I can bring up the... I believe that used to be one of our workers by the name of...
Do you need help with the name? Is it a name that I might know?
Nichelle Faulkner. Nichelle Faulkner.
Oh.
Saying the room I'm in used to be your room.
Yes, that is correct.
Did you share a room too?
No, the room sharing policy is recent.
Oh.
Why'd you change rooms?
I upgraded as I was promoted. I didn't have to have such a small and temporary establishment anymore.
Congratulations on your promotion. Might I offer you a custard cream?
I will entertain such a notion. That is a confectionery of some kind. I will save this for later. If you will follow me.
We follow.
I'm sure with time you'll fit right in. Before we go, I recommend that you turn the air conditioner...
wouldn't be conditioner, it'd be air circulator.
The air circulator up to provide a bit of warm air into the rooms, otherwise they get quite cold being embedded in the ice and rock of the facility, especially up here.
He goes over and he pipes in the terminal.
Thank you for the... We appreciate that.
They can be a bit noisy, but it is better than freezing. Anyway, if you won't mind,
I mean, like, while we're walking with him, do I see if, like, he has any injuries on him or of any sort?
Make a perception roll.
Would it be medicine? No, I guess not.
No, medicine's, like, less of a glance thing. You need to inspect him.
19.
Yeah. You see that he does, in fact, have, like, a very faded, like, it was maybe a week or two old, but there is a slight, like, break in the side of his skin on his head. Seems to have reformed, and there's a very slight kind of pinkish hue to it as it's healing. Almost like he smacked his head into something.
Okay. Yeah, while we're walking and he's giving a tour, I will be like...
This is the commissary, and... Sorry?
Oh, the commissary's great. Something on your face. What happened? Sorry,
I slipped and fell. The rooms can be quite cold if you don't turn the heating up, and the ice that forms can be a bit of a hazard at times.
Can we tell if he's lying about it, or...?
Make an insight check, Devevo.
We all kind of are sus right now. 11.
I mean, he delivers it very blandly, but he's pretty bland all over. From what you can ascertain, he says it. It's not like he necessarily believes it strongly, or he disbelieves it strongly, but he says it.
Blancmange is scroll to 2.
All right, all we need is Orlin to pull
very
through.
true.
Oh yeah, Orlin.
Right.
Orlin,
I wasn't
you're
even
probably the
gonna
most
bother,
sus because
I
you're the
have
one who.
no insight, but sure.
Do it.
Oh, -1.
Olin.
-1.
Olin, Blancmange, and Lurda. The three of you believe this story 100%.
I think Orlin is just kind of trying to figure out how to get a blood sample from him without him noticing, even though it is entirely irrelevant because it's basically just been confirmed that it was his blood. But it's just like, I wonder if... Is he talking?
Anyway, I recommend beyond small meals, you stay in your rooms for most of the time until everything is back to normal.
Tell us more about what's going on, if
Yeah, what
you can.
happened?
Yeah.
Oh, a slight equipment malfunction means that we have power fluctuations throughout the facility.
As he says this, the lights overhead do flicker slightly in time, almost to illustrate his point.
Oh god,
they'll
we're
be
playing
back
Alien
easy.
now.
Have you identified the source of these power fluctuations? It seems kind of dangerous in a middle of nowhere outpost lab.
Where it's
That
cold.
relies on
Damaged
heat.
power cables, nothing to worry about.
I will insight that.
What damaged them?
Damn. 20.
It's delivered with a very flat tone.
Seems practiced, is what you're saying.
What damaged the power cables? Internal or external damage?
We had a slight equipment malfunction with some of the thermal heaters. That's why you were bringing repair and replacement parts for some of the thermal cutters, heaters, and other miscellaneous parts. If you wouldn't
That makes
mind
sense why it
going-
was a rush order. You need it quickly.
Yes. Survival is of the utmost importance in such a hostile environment.
Yeah, we encountered the hostile environment firsthand on our drive here.
Nature
Yes.
here is very threatening.
It can be.
Might this one offer you a chocolate hobnob?
I am not aware of what a hobnob is. I will take a sample for later.
He's just gonna have like a pile of food.
Are you gonna study this, or are you gonna eat it? Because if you're not gonna eat it,
If you are more a connoisseur of such, foodstuffs, Durida, you may have my hobnob and my custard cream.
Aw,
no, you can,
that's very
you can
nice
enjoy
of you.
them. I just was asking whether you were
I am
gonna
quite
study them or
sufficiently
eat them.
sustained by the food in the commissary, but I will eat these if it would please Blancmange.
Yes, it would please this one. Besides,
will
Lurida
definitely eat them
Lurida is incapable of digesting them.
They are most tasty, thank you, Blancmange.
Turians can't eat the same proteins.
Dextro, as opposed to lever proteins, they're differently handed, and it would just make you ill and sick.
Very well, we shall go on a circuit back towards your rooms where, I assume you would like to turn in for the night.
I certainly would like. I am curious as to when, as head of personnel, we will get our badges and such.
Your access codes and requirements will be sent to you in the next few days once you are fully integrated into the facility. Do not worry.
Alright, well, we'll get ourselves accommodated with the other locations that you've given us a tour to, and we'll wait further instructions.
I'm sorry the tour is so limited, but at this time, some sections of the facility are relatively dangerous if no protective gear is worn. In the next few days, of course, we will be able to induct you fully. But while repairs are ongoing, thanks to the parts you have brought, it is recommended for you to amuse yourselves for the most part. My apologies.
Are we free to walk in certain areas?
In the areas
Obviously.
that I have shown you, everything else is off limits for the moment.
Even outside?
Outside is a dangerous and hostile environment. You would need to wear protective clothing, which you have not been issued.
He likes his fresh air.
The air outside is somewhere in the negative 80-degree range. It is not recommended.
You're muted for us, or we couldn't hear you.
I just came in from outside. Oh, okay.
Wearing protective gear in an area fully covered by IR lamps. Moving
That's fair,
further beyond
that's
the
fair.
perimeter would be ill-advised. If you were to step outside your transport at any point through your journey, you would no doubt suffer severe frostbite.
This is valuable advice. This one thanks you, Ennis.
Thank you. I will take you back to your rooms now.
I nod. Devevo nods. Did you say something again, Tyler?
I said, so does Lurda. He nods and walks back. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my audio.
Yeah, your noise gate's like cutting you off. You're getting cut off, son.
I think it's Zoom.
Everyone make an investigation wisdom check. Sorry, Olin.
Investigation wisdom. How do we do that?
Just roll wisdom, and if you have proficiency investigation, just add it when you tell the number.
19. No
19.
proficiency.
That's a straight wisdom.
It was sitting on an 18 because I have 3D dice and it rolled to a 4. Mine would be
critical fail.
No.
Natural one.
Mine would be an 8.
10 from Orlan, right? Because you've got proficiency. 8 from Lurda. 19 from Devevo. Okay, Devevo. While everyone else is being
I was muted, sorry.
in discussion and talking and being brought back, you do note that you are specifically being kept away from a pretty large section of the actual facility. Your route itself is actually a very, very close parallel route back as it was to the way out. You're only seeing probably about, I want to say, a quarter of the normal facility, maybe less. You're definitely being kept away from a lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was pretty obvious from him. And we were trying to ask a lot of questions, but insight-wise, it didn't seem like he maybe knew much else. Yeah. Did we see other people when we were going, like in the commissar area?
Oh, yeah, you see quite a few people. Most of them very lacklusterly attacking food or very lackluster just walking around.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe we could go out there and talk to them while we're
if you
later.
want to.
Okay.
If at any point you want to just like stop and talk to someone, go ahead.
I think we'll do that after he dismisses us, so we're not.
He takes you back to your room and he says, "It is best you turn."
It is best you turn in for the night. I will go rest as well. If you need me, you have my comm code.
Oh,
please
that's
feel free
very...
to browse the terminal. It has all of our information on it and should give you access.
That would be lovely. Thank you. And if there's ever anything else you need to share with us, let us know. Or if you just want someone to talk to.
Of course. Good night.
I will relay to the rest of the group that they weren't showing us very much of the facility, so perhaps we will have to figure out what else is going on ourselves. Out of character, we're here specifically because we're trying to figure out what happened to our friend Reno. Well, he's not really our friend, but the dead person.
The Volus, yeah.
The Volus, yes.
Renubar, yes.
Yeah, Renubar.
So
Orlan's gonna have a whale of a time in this system. I don't know what he has access to. But...
That's what I figure we're gonna be doing some stuff like that. There weren't cameras. It was just things listening in, or were they cameras too?
There are cameras too.
Okay, so we'll have to figure out that.
Okay. What would you like to do?
I think the first thing that Orlan would do would be pull up the system and just search for Renu Ba, right? Like just pull up whatever records. I'm sure it probably doesn't yield any results, but if he was an employee here, maybe it does.
Okay. You type in Renu Ba and it gives you an employee profile. It says, assistant scientist in charge of exporting deliveries, left a few weeks ago, never reported back.
And then probably just like, and so maybe it's slightly less suspicious, like search through all of them, like literally just read about every single employee is probably what Orland's doing. Just like, I just want to get to know my coworkers.
Make an investigation roll.
Sure.
And I'm going to go
suggesting
mingle.
that Renu knew something when he left. Investigation is 17.
Make an insight roll based on that.
17, nice.
Can I do the insight?
It's
wow,
okay.
a 14.
Well, I think
Because
it's
you've got the
her,
investigation.
she's searching.
Yeah, the insight is actually quite easy because of the investigation. As you go through, you notice that they've got an internal, effectively like profile and blog system so that you can get to know the other employees. It's set up kind of like a LinkedIn, Facebook kind of hybrid. A lot of the employees, as you go through, seem to have been quite prolifically posting until about 2 weeks ago. At which point, about a quarter of them stop posting, and the rest of the posts start to get less normal. There are less pictures of groups and so on, and more sort of references to something strange or, poor sleeping patterns, people being angry or annoyed. And then a lot more recently, no real posts at all. Until about 4 hours ago, at which point you noticed that the feed that you initially got presented with has a lot of posts of people talking quite normally. But 6 hours before that, there was nothing.
Blancmange is going to, now realizing that he was always under surveillance, just sort of cover for the earlier joke he made by enhancing it with another joke. Just says, Ennis took the hobnob. It looks as though we will not have to kill him. Ha ha ha. I am just bursting everyone's testicles.
Make a performance roll.
Sure. Come on, Blancmange. Performance, you say? Mm-hmm. I'm relatively decent at that. Let's see how I roll.
You're trying to act normally now after... Okay. It's a
When
little stilted in how you deliver it.
Devella's like, what is with you and talking about people's testicles and bursting them? That doesn't sound very pleasant.
No, it is never pleasant to have one's testicles bursted. I assume.
Yeah, do any of us have any?
This one assumes.
No. I feel like Solarians lay eggs.
Yeah, I don't think any of us do any other than humans. Maybe Turians, because they kind of have.
I'm sure I could put this on Wikipedia. Also, your drink is amazing, Maggie.
I know it looks cool because it's all blue.
Oh, good. So good. So Orland will also then start looking for how many employees are new, like how many other people left or were no longer employed in the last 2 weeks. Like, what's the job turnover here?
Okay. Make me an electronics roll.
Okay. I think a lot of this probably just searching by start date, I'm sure it lists when people started. Ooh, that's a 9.
From what you can tell, there's a little bit of turnover, not a lot. No one's left in the last few weeks. But there's
okay.
From what you can tell, nothing odd about the turnover.
So it wasn't so much people leaving. Potentially people having weird stuff done to their head. There's no Warren Bossing say. There's nothing wrong on Peak-13. Or
after I rest, because we have days, how risky is it to hack the terminal to try and pull old footage up?
Probably pretty risky.
Or to hack to create a loop so that people don't know.
Because they have cameras watching at all times and things like that.
Yeah, but it's electronics tools.
You could hook up to the terminal by your Omni tool and then hack through your Omni tool. It will require a stealth roll, but it's not something you're bad at.
I'm so bad at stealth, guys. Why would I try?
23. Woo.
Make a hack roll.
Hack roll. Wait, do I get the benefit of expert hand here?
No, that's
no,
picking
it's
locks.
just locks.
Yeah. However, 11 is just enough because it's quite easy once you actually try and hack it. You realize that as you're trying to hack it, it's surprisingly easy, and that there's a reason for that. This is completely disconnected from what it's meant to be. You're expecting to get into the computer system for the entire of Peak, 13. You haven't. You managed to get into a standalone system, which is literally running 2 terminals. And as you probe it, you realize that the terminals are your rooms and nothing else. It has what appears to be a copied version of some of the database from the main, Peak-13 archives, and nothing beyond that. As you try and get hold of camera footage, it's not attached to any cameras. There is no footage files, nothing for footage to be put into. This is literally a sandbox version of what they expected you to look at, and nothing
Immediately,
else.
he sends the Omni tool results over to everybody else and says, "This seems to be a staging area. I have concerns."
I am out mingling with people.
Okay. I assume
Orlin did not clock this because it's Orlin, but Lauren has definitely clocked how many times we are going to be onboarded.
Onboarded and induced.
Yeah. And,
There's been some words that have been used.
I feel something there. Orlin has no fucking clue.
Okay. Devevo, in the commissary.
That's sad because Orlin is
where...
one of our most intelligent.
Oh, he's smart.
Devevo, you go into the commissary. There are 2 people sitting in a corner, picking despondently at their food. And as you go to start socializing, you notice another 3 or 4 or 5 people start coming in behind you in 1s and 2s. A little bit of chatter going on as you enter now, sort of realizing that people are coming in behind you. Who'd you gonna just mingle with?
I will listen to the folks coming in behind me first.
Okay.
Yes, did you see the research in the latest report?
Yes, I did.
It was, very interesting. We shall have to pursue that route further. Well, if we use Mass Effect...
Well, if we use Mass Effect fields to actually accelerate the growth of the cells, I think we could get a better substrate.
We will consider this further. Have you tried the daily special?
Okay. I think she'll go over to the people who are picking at their food first.
Okay. They look tired, sunken eyes, kind of despondently picking at what appears to be some sort of grey food stuff with a few lumps of carrot in it. Both human, female, kind of jumpsuits. One of them has hair tied back. The other one's a little bit older. She's got, big pair of glasses, which is kind of unusual. Probably more an affectation rather than needed. And they see you sit down.
Hipster. No, I'm just kidding. She doesn't sit. She just kind of stands in front and is like, excuse me. 2 of you seem to be kind of picking at your food. Would you have any recommendations of what I should get? I'm new here.
Anything here they have is good. If you would maybe try some of the more esoteric human food. I think they're serving lasagna later. Have you tried lasagna?
Have I tried lasagna? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe. Do they have lasagna at the CSEC?
Maybe occasionally.
I've tried it once.
You should have the lasagna. It's excellent. Yes,
Does it seem like...
it's very nice.
Does it seem like they're being strange?
I don't know, are they?
I don't know. Should I insight check?
Sure.
Okay. Getting creepy vibes. 23.
It's a very flat delivery. Very deadpan. It's definitely
There's some lobotomy shit going down here. I'm scared, you guys. Okay. She's just like, oh, well, I'll check it out. She kind of slides in and sits down next to them. So how long have you two been here?
We have been happily working here for, I've been here 12 years. I'm only been here, 8 months.
Oh, 8 months. I'm new too, so...
Yes, I heard you came in earlier today.
Yeah. So as a newcomer to a newcomer-ish, any advice?
Well, maybe take your time. I'm sure that, you'll fit in well around here.
I'm sure I will too. Everyone seems so nice.
It's been a while since we've had new faces, but it will be good.
Oh, how long? Well,
Not
8
that
months
long.
maybe? Are you one of the
We
newer?
don't have a high staff turnover. Maybe a few months since the last member of staff left.
Is that the moment that I get the turnover rate from my companion Orlin?
Yeah, it's like turnover rate's perfectly normal.
Okay, cool. Oh, well, that's good to hear. You know, job security and all.
Yes.
So,
Although I definitely would have. I mean, all of us know that. I was going to say Dovin. Dovin Bon is literally a magic
no.
planeswalker. Renu Ba.
Wrong game.
Wrong game.
Ba. Yeah.
We knew worked for Gen X and we knew had left within the last 2 weeks. So, like, that part, you'd be like, they are definitely lying about that.
Well, they left. You don't know whether they left the company or just left the facility.
Yes, but that would arguably, they are no longer working here, so they should fall under the, like, that's fair.
Yeah, for sure. What was I going to ask? I have like a couple things and I'm going to try to get to that. I got the tour today, and I guess they weren't showing us really much other than, well, the main areas. Do you guys know what's going on?
There are some issues with the power supply. I'm sure they'll be fixed soon.
Has it affected your work at all?
There have been some issues with the microgravity that we have been using. The Mass Effect fields are very reliant on power supply.
Oh, so what have you done in the meantime to compensate?
We have been waiting. Soon everything will be better.
But isn't that, I mean, if everyone's just waiting around, that's not going to be good. Productivity will probably go down, right? That can't be good for Peak-13.
That is very true. The parts you have brought will solve situations soon, I'm sure.
Hopefully. I have a friend who was working here before that I had talked to. Seen them in my travels. I do a lot of delivery action. So, us delivery folks, we meet up sometimes, have a drink. Do you guys know Renuba?
Renubar was one of the lowly scientists here. They normally ran deliveries off-world to make sure the packages got sent correctly and were rated as pure when they left Port Henshan. They have not returned from their last trip there. Do you know what happened to them?
No, that's what I was wondering. I haven't seen them in a while.
Make a deception check.
All right. Let's hope it goes well. 22.
We are very concerned for them. Yes, they were very good friends with us.
Wait, why would you be concerned?
They should have been back by now. We are concerned that they could have been attacked en route by Geth or...
Yeah, I've heard. And those frost hides. I encountered one. Pretty scary. I almost... was not a good experience.
How did you escape?
Well, my companions and I are pretty, what'd you call it? I'm looking for an actual word in real life. Crafty. Another word for crafty, but something like that.
Resourceful?
Resourceful. That's the word I'm looking for. When English isn't your first language.
It is now the night time. The lights will be dimming soon. We should return to our bunks.
Oh, they like make you... Is there like a curfew or something?
Most races require a certain amount of sunlight per day and dim light to sleep. Peak-13 operates a free-shift rota.
Well, that makes sense. Well, if I hear anything else about Renabar, I'll let you know, but, hopefully they're okay.
Yes. We should go now.
All right. I'd go and I get some lasagna, but I'm not planning to eat it because that sounds scary. I don't think I want to eat any food here, and I'm also going to tell everyone else that they probably shouldn't eat anything because I'm a little freaked out.
Okay. So, it is getting on tonight. Do you want to sleep? And we call it there?
I think so.
Yeah. I just realized that
There's weird shit going on in here.
we're probably going to have to live on cookies that I've brought with me. My cover story.
Well,
I will say Blank Munch
Except
is enough,
Lurda.
except Lurda, enough
Yeah.
cookies that you can live on cookies for the night. Now, before we go, I just want to ask one thing, and that is, can everyone just roll me wisdom? Flat.
Oh, no.
Flat wisdom.
Man.
Way.
I get a 0.
Oh, we got
Okay.
a 4.
Okay.
If we have to make wisdom checks
Got a
to just
13.
resist indoctrination or whatever, it ends up being you're losing Orlin so fast.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
We're not doing
I'm the
that.
highest roll.
Lurda. Okay.
Does Orlin have weird dreams?
So, as you all go to sleep, Lurda, you sleep relatively soundly, except for loud banging. As you kind of like turn over and look, Orlin,
Look,
your dreams are disturbed.
Whoever's
You can
banging.
hear people talking in the back of your mind as you try and just get to sleep and just focus on peacefulness. There's that constant whispering, murmuring, something going on. You can hear multiple things, people talking, thoughts, people shouting, anger. Blankmange and Devevo, that goes for you too.
Okay.
You all three have a disturbed sleep. You
Do we
need-
hear a voice saying "assuming control"?
Not quite, no. But you
Okay,
do
alright.
take 12 hours to gain the benefits of a long rest. So you sleep in a while. Lurda,
On
we're
the
going to
plus
begin.
side, I actually only need 4 hours for a normal
Okay.
long rest.
So you are going to be up at the same time as Lurda. Blankmange and Devevo will still be
Yeah.
asleep for 4 more hours.
that's great. We're going to be...
Which
'cause
and
we're
it's weird
roommates.
Yeah.
for Orlin because normally Orlin they only need like an hour or something for sleep. It's ridiculous, but they're basically hummingbirds. They live fast, die young.
Yep. So we're going to begin
That's
next
a motto.
episode with Orlin and Lurda waking up at the same time, which is unusual because normally Orlin is very awake before you, Lurda, and you definitely have plugged that. Orlin slept very poorly last night. So with that, we're going to go to call it the end of the show. You can catch us continuing next week. We're going to go through where you can catch everyone until then. Reminder about our announcements. Today's episode was supported by Philip. Thank you very much for supporting today's episode. Axel Bonebreaker and NPC name posts are now out on Patreon, so if you want to go check out Axel's character sheet or submit NPC names, go do that. Baz's character sheet and monthly recap and a lot of Ascension goodies coming soon, so check the Patreon for those. Right, let's go through people. Let's start with Lauren. Who are you? What are you doing when we find you? Until next time.
Hi, I'm Lauren, or Random Tuesday. You can find me on my own channel. I'm working on cosplay. There's a wig back there. That's what we're working on right now. And when I'm not streaming, I am a producer over at Wizards of the Coast, and I make magic for a living.
Yay! Also the card game.
You're magical.
Mark, what about you?
You can find me on the social media at Mark_Mir on Twitter, MR_Mark Mir on Instagram. I'm also part of Stitch of Fate, a podcast by night, which is a Vampire the Masquerade podcast available on all major platforms every Friday. We've just started up with our solo episodes, and our season 2 will be launching, I believe, next month. You can also find me on SwordandScroll.com, where I'm one of the GMs there. You can book us to play with us online, and of course also D&D in a Castle. Once that's up and running, when international travel is a thing again, we play Dungeons and Dragons in castles in the UK, so that's always fun. And of course, you can always find me on Cameo.com for all your Mass Effect catchphrase related needs.
Okay, Tyler, what about you?
Hi, I'm Tyler Scheid. I do stuff on the internet on twitch.tv/apocalypto_12, on YouTube, Apocalypto12. I'm everywhere as Apocalypto_12. If you just look up Tyler Scheid, most of it will pop up, so you can check out my stuff there. I play a bunch of different video games. I do a bunch of different things. I just have fun, hang out with my friends, and definitely go support Roll For It and everyone else on here in the cast. These are some amazing people who do some very creative and very talented things.
Speaking of amazing and talented, what about Maggie?
You must be talking to a different Maggie. I'm just kidding.
Okay, let's go talk to different Maggie. Sorry, can't find different Maggie. It'll have to be you.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll have to suffice with me. I am Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all the places. I don't know, maybe somewhere on here. And I do things on the internets. If you want to see what I'm up to, you can follow me. I will be here on Thursdays as well if you're interested in some D&D action. And I have a couple other projects coming up, like Missing Annie Lee, which will be launching here soon. It is a podcast that is played in 2 parts. It's a creepy horror one. So if you're interested in some of that thriller action, definitely go check it out. And I have some other projects coming up, so stay tuned. Beyond that, I make games for a living. If you want to check out the game that I'm currently working on, it is called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And of course, last but not least, our glorious Master of Effects, Enter Elysium. Where can people find you at?
No, you can find me at youtube.com/Enter Elysium and twitch.tv/Enter Elysium. Doing things with Aurora, 4X, the space strategy game, doing roleplay shenanigans. That's about it. So, before we go, just had one tip today. That's from Finley Shards for $50. I'm going to read this in this voice.
Badassfully, another amazing episode. Thank you to our wonderful cast and GM for capturing the feel of Novaria and learning more about our character's history. What happened with that bear? Where did Blancmange get all the biscuits? Hoping we find out next week.
Thank you very much,
Really,
Finley.
where is he getting the biscuits from?
The bear makes the
does he have
biscuits. Plot
pockets?
twist.
Is he just pulling them out of his membrane?
I think it's just a cunning plan
like a
to try and
gelatinous
make
cube.
everyone else have biscuits to the point where Lurder wants to know what they taste like and then gets ill because they're not the right proteins.
Very true. That could be it. That could. I mean, he knew going in that he was going to be the tea making hammer, so I think it's all just part of his cover.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, we're going to go do an after show. Hopefully you enjoyed. We'll be back next week, and we also have Ascension.
I would like to say that I just like the idea that Blancmange thinks that a doctor's assistant just makes tea and biscuits.
Yep. Just want to leave you one thought, and that is...
This one is always pooping on crime.
Thank you for watching, everyone, and until next time, may the dice roll ever in your favor.